Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make and I don't care where you put it on the agenda, that letter to I don't even know what they're called, Great Plains, just if we can send a letter for information and if they're in need of any services that we can help them with.
Okay. I'd like to have a brief discussion on maintaining back roads, seldom used back roads, or road allowances, I guess, not necessarily back roads, but road allowances, if we could, please. You know, it sort of is unfinished business because it's something that we need to discuss, I think.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think that might even, should we have it before the 5.1 delegation or after? Because that
have it before the 5.1 delegation, but we could put it at 7.6 or something like that, for example.
7.7.
What were you thinking, Andrew?
I was just going to bring up the same thought as Councillor Nyberg did, that we do have a delegation seeking some upgrades to a back road, and that just to make sure that council is cognizant of that, considering their order of business today.
Yeah. I would like to see us maybe have that conversation sooner. Can we put it under 6.3? I'd like to see it happen sooner than later.
Mr. Chairman, just with all due respect, Councillor Nyberg, we're probably going to cover a lot of these things before our delegation comes at 2 o'clock anyway.
Very optimistic, Mr. Nixon. Okay, that's fair enough. I just, so that I'm, like I said, I think the discussion should be had before the delegation.
Mr. Chairman, one addition from administration would be in-camera session under section 27 of the FOIP Act regarding the Botha drainage and some contract issues. So section 27 of the FOIP Act is privileged information, would be seeking advice from our lawyers, wish to discuss with administration, or with council, pardon me. That would be 13.1. Okay. Another section 27. So we've got 3 investigation files, 2 investigations. Tough to keep track.
Really a road closure, but it's someone's requesting to build a farm over a road allowance. There's an existing road allowance there, but they would like to wipe it out, but the road doesn't go anywhere. So I don't know where you are.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would come. Is it? Yeah, but is it a
drivable road?
Yeah, I get it, Mr. Gender. Is this is an emergency to deal with at this meeting, or would you allow administration to?
That's why we're bringing it up so that Rick is aware of it. Then he goes.
Okay, so what I would suggest, Mr. Gender, is that you bring it to administration, and then administration brings it to us with all the impertinent information that we have. Because if we do this now, we're kind of blindsiding administration. So just bring it to administration, and then they will bring it to the next council, unless it is emergent. Do they need to deal with it within the next month? Okay, so. Well, I'm just for your guys' benefit to deal with it. Yeah. It's just the administration. If they need to get back information, it would be easier to deal with it next month.
But if a request for information, that can be part of our agenda packet. Okay. Closing. Okay. Anything else? Councilor needs.
I was just wondering, because right now we are dealing with a serious issue with the government, and I know we've been very good on social media and newspaper and lobbying efforts, but we don't really have it as I just feel like it's this is a really important issue that we're dealing with the assessment coming down from the government. So I don't know.
Good point. I think we should have that.
Yeah, I think it needs to be in our minutes that we have discussed it. I know we've been really good outside of council.
Should be an ongoing.
Advocating, but I just think it's a very important issue to put it. I don't know where you would put that.
Couldn't be under reports. I guess it could be under request for information.
Or we could put it under unpaid business. We could have a special meeting regarding that.
Anything else? Yes, CAO Cassidy.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I just handed out a memo on stimulus funding, and we finally got the final numbers for something like we thought we were going to be eligible for. I'd like to put it at 9.2 right after that number.
Okay. Stimulus funding. We do have lunch and then supper coming.
Order.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Seeing none. Counselor Stolberg?
I'll move the agenda with all the additions we have discussed.
All in favor? Carried. Minute approval for the July 8th, 2020 regular council meetings. Any questions on those? Councilor Gender? Okay. Is there any questions? Councilor Neat?
Comment, I like the whereas. It's been changed to the way we used to have it, so.
Anything else? All in favor? Oh, we'll just hold her for a second. Favor of the minutes? All in favor? Carried. Okay, our public hearing is at 1 p.m. Delegations start at 2 p.m. So on to item number 6, council's request for information. 6.1, sewer pumping at Roshan Sands Heights. Councilor Needs, page 9 of our package.
I've received emails and phone calls regarding the sewer smells and the noise, and they've actually come up with some potential solutions too, to try and help. Where the sewer truck comes in is very close to residential, and they have spoken to some of their around there about trying to get some of the smells and the noise reduced. What they would really like is to have Rick come in and consult with them, and then maybe he can figure out a way to maybe reduce some of it. One of the ideas was putting down on here different kind of. Do you have it pulled up, Andrea? Submersible sewage grinder pump, and if they had a different kind of pump, maybe inside of the sewer to help push it out, rather than the current way of pulling out the sewer. So what they would like is for Rick to come talk to him and get some ideas of that.
Water and sewer?
Okay.
They should be meeting with Randy, not Rick. Rick is busy with other stuff.
I'm just wondering where Rick got into the conversation, because I did mention him in 2 of those letters that Rick was, and no offense, Mr. Green, but that Rick was the expert on filters, and I'm not sure if pushing poop or pulling poop makes a difference, but apparently it might. I'm not sure.
I think it was because Rick is over Public Works, so I think that's why they mentioned his name.
Questions or comments?
So could we, I'll make a motion to have, should I?
We can, Mr. Chairman. We received some additional emails. I sent them to you this morning. They came in at 7:37 this morning.
and basically one of their suggestions was a lift pump. That's very expensive. I don't even know where we would pump it to. If they're thinking of a lift station to pump into the truck, I don't even know how we'd accommodate it, or if they're looking, to move the tanks. That's just not a feasible solution. I think that this needs to be researched and some work needs to be done on it so that we can come back with some facts for council. So I'm requesting that perhaps you table this until September or October when staff has time to deal with it appropriately.
Even next year, possibly.
The budget.
A budget would probably be the appropriate time. Even sort of the quick and easy solutions like a submersible grinder pump, we just don't have in the budget this year. And then with the just for a bit of background information, the contract we have with the sewer hauler that takes the effluent out, it's a flat fee per month, and that contract expires next spring. Likely it will not be as lucrative for us when he retenders. The increase in water in and out is probably about 50 to 60% month over month this year. So he's definitely I think our hauler is regretting the flat fee basis versus a per trip type basis.
I think we need to do research on who is also using the sewer, who is not paying for our utilities, and so that we can get a real feel for how much is going in there, and then we can make some decisions going forward too.
Chairman, I think we had discussed that at the last meeting about our planning meeting we had. We had discussed about bringing a bylaw forward to maybe deal with some of that. And I think that's going to be even this information from Andrew was that, our costs are going up, so we're going to have to recover that. So we have to look at a fee for service up there for people that are hooked to the water and sewer, or to the sewer without using the water, which is a non-taxable situation. So we have to have a fee for service. I think that'll be a discussion for sure going forward.
I've got a comment on it too, though, is like we look at communal sewer system like this. The alternative would be for every household to have sewer tanks that a truck would have to come and pump out. So it would be beside neighbors all the time. When we get suggested that we put in grinder pumps, the grinder pump would still have to pump to a vacuum truck. The vacuum truck, as I understand, to create a vacuum would still have to be running and venting, whether you had a grinder pump or whether you had any type of pump, because put it to a tank truck, you'd have solids that would settle out by the time you got to red wheel. So I think that, that in itself wouldn't solve the problem. You'd still have the venting issue. As far as a lift pump, we're trying our hardest to get water supplied there so that we can bring the price down to those individuals on their water. But we start installing lift pumps, we have to look at it from a budgetary basis, but we also have to look at it from a cost recovery basis. So then, are we going to replace the high cost of water with the high cost of disposal of sewer? People have to be fully aware of that going into this, because it is a fact of living and a fact of life. You flush a toilet and it has to go someplace.
But he poops.
And it is, and if there is a smell, there's an odor, there's a noise with that.
I've been told my poop don't stink.
And on that same sense, if we look at our supplier and look at what hours they're working, etc., that's maybe what it is a fact that a lot of areas do have their sewer hauled out. So we need more information, but it is other parts of the information people are going to have to realize is it could cost them a lot more for because if you put a lift pump in, where do you put the discharge? It's always going to inconvenience someone.
Grinder pumps too. I know in Endiang they have a history of high failure, so I mean that's not the perfect solution either. So I think if administration could assign some staff to look into this and bring back to council at some time in the future what they have found and what perhaps are some options. But
Lynn, what the options be? Go ahead, Councilor.
I agree that there needs to be research. We have a lot of people contacting us, so I don't want to stop that conversation flow. And I think we need to do some research because, you know, if it happens, what Les said it happened down in Byron.
Well, indeed.
We need to find out that research. So I'll make the motion that we research how we can help the sewer situation up at Roshan Sands Heights, and for administration to come back with the research that they have found that would best help mitigate the smells in the.
Be acceptable to your motion to bring that back at budget deliberations?
Well, if they find out some information before that, it's still fine. I mean, if we can't make a decision until budget, that's okay too. But if they find out research before that and bring it back, I think that would be good for council to hear before even budget. So.
I think from administration, it said their time limit is pretty limited right now. So this is their busy time, and in the fall they'll have more time to do it. So I'm okay with administration bringing something back in the fall at budget time. I get the idea, Mrs. Neitz, that you were trying to advocate and move this forward, but we do have time constraints for the staff's time. I'm sorry, but.
Budget discussions here, October, November, so it's not that far down the road. Yeah.
Mr. Nixon?
This is just a comment, but it's probably a pretty viable solution, certainly not unprecedented, is to need a pipeline over to Red Willow there, so that's unused sewer, basically unused, where all that stuff is trucked to anyway. So, something to consider, get buy-in from the summer villages and the communities around the lake. It's been talked about before. So. There might be a grant available for that particular type of thing, where let the municipalities go broke, and but there's still a bit of money floating around for things like that. So.
I was going to say, I think some of our research needs to start this summer because that's when the greatest use is right now. And one of the other things is how do we know how many trucks are going up there a week or a day?
Volumes, they're putting together analysis on how many times how many trips he's done. The problem is on a flat rate, we don't know what he takes out of there. He could go pick up empty 2 septic tanks and run over to Roshan Sands Heights and empty it, or maybe only take a portion of it because his truck is already full. His fleet has small trucks, big trucks. We're on a flat rate, so we didn't, get it narrowed down to exactly how many cubes he's hauling each time. And we do have the water flows, and we do have the flow that goes into the sewer tanks. So we're trying to analyze all that.
I would think now if Randy or somebody talked to the driver, the owner, they could give us an estimate though based on their half full, and then they know the truck will take maybe 4 cubes, just to give us a rough idea per day, just so we know what we're talking.
And that information would be good, Mr. Chairman, in the whole idea of cost recovery. That's going to need to be going forward. We need that information for sure.
But with the water rates, if the waters went up, the sewer is tied to it. Like, we don't meter sewer,
It's the formula when we set the bylaw was based on other summer villages, which was 80% of the water use, and so that's where the problem is. We have all these RVs up there. We have people hauling cubes of water in. They're hooked up to the sewer, but they're not paying for the water, so virtually we're not charging.
This may be a strange question, but can you meter sewer? Could we put them? Is there such a device out there that would put a flow meter on your sewer? It might be worth researching. And I don't know what the cost is. It may be prohibited, but it might be the ultimate fix for us if we could, on each one of the person's sewer pipes, hook up a meter, and then we can charge them that factor, right? So
I would think you could, but it would be a it would be like a micro motion meter, but that's something Randy could look into, because you'd have to have something that would take density into account, because you can't have a turbine meter or anything else that you use for water, because it would just be plugged up all the time.
That's what I'm wondering. The question to ask. I mean, and maybe it's cost prohibitive, maybe they cost too much to put in, but at the end of the day, that would be the ultimate fix. We put a meter at your sewer exit, and we can meter that out. So then we don't have to worry about the other stuff that we're dealing with, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think some of this has to be put back onto the communities as well, to self-police a little bit, just to watch for that. You know, people that are bypassing the water but using the sewer. So I think they should be made aware of that for sure.
Another consideration we'd want to bring back to council around the same time would be a bylaw or enforcement around sump pumps into the sewer system. And communities like that, it's quite a cost, even in the town of Stettler, which is, you know, they have all the lift stations, they're not hauling anything anywhere. They don't allow you to pump into the sewer. So
Interesting. So a meter, if we could, that would fix that. Because I tell you what, if you were charging for that, your sump pump going in there, people would not be putting your sump pump into your sewer system.
A lot of municipalities do inspections on some for that very fact, because it's not as much as using the sewer system, it's flooding the sewer system
at that critical time. Yeah.
We have a motion on the table to ask staff to bring back this data, but that we're being told October, November, which at this time with people on holidays and stuff, it feels like it is probably even maybe pushing staff with that to get back to the full answer. So you're okay with that, October?
As long as they start doing research now, just because of their usage right now would be at its peak.
Carried. 6.2, Cape Alberta Infrastructure Advocacy. Councillor Nyberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I'm thinking, was it 5-6 months ago when we had the letter from, was it Andrew, help me out, we had a letter asking for input into, I want to say, was it Axios, or who was it that?
we had a couple letters of support we gave out to Axia, or not to Axia, pardon me, to ExploreNet and Netigo.
And there was somebody going to strike some sort of commissioner panel or something to try to advocate for this. It never did go anywhere, but I remember myself and you were kind of assigned this, but it never went anywhere else. So CAPE has put this forward. I think it's very imperative that we send a letter from this council to Alberta Infrastructure and CC the Premier, CC CAPE that we've done it. It's become acutely aware for me the lack of internet service on a daily basis. There's a fight at my house because when they took down the tower in Erskine, I am in a geographical area that ExploreNet cannot catch me anywhere from any other tower, so I am trying to utilize the hub, which doesn't work very well because I can't for some reason get one of those either. I have checked with Netigo and with CCI Wireless. For some reason, I am a geographical oddity that I cannot get it. With two kids that were in university this year, finishing up one with their university studies and tests, the other one just in the middle of the throes of his, still finishing up his tests. They couldn't do it in rural Alberta in my area. There was not enough access to do a 20-minute online test. They just could not make it work. So they were forced to go somewhere else to do that. They stayed with their sister in Rocky. This is the problem that we're having. Rural Alberta is going to have to leave to get internet access, and if they do, they're not coming back. Unfortunately, my daughter decided to stay in Rocky, and I would like to see her home, but that was one of the factors, is staying where internet is. So it's very, very important. So, and I think we need to impress that somewhere in our letter that this, especially with all the homeschooling that's going to be going on, rural Alberta isn't at a deficit. It's a huge deficit right now. So.
Yeah, I agree. I know in our area, some of our residents have phoned to see why, even within the last 5-6 months, the rural broadband has really decreased, especially at night. And they phoned their provider and found that they're actually turning it down. So you get almost nothing after 8 o'clock at night. And I'm not sure why the providers are doing that. That's not fair to rural Alberta when rural Alberta pays more per month. And then to get your service almost cut off at night, that's wrong. So I think we need to send this out. And Red Deer County was looking at establishing a rural internet service. They were going to talk about it in April, and I never heard what came of that.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, Mountain View County and Olds did a actual setup, and so Red Deer County was on the backside of that, and I think Darren Young is their guy over there, and Andrew's very familiar with him. They've been in conversation, but I don't know whatever. Did you hear from Darren whether they continued on with that?
No, I haven't heard.
They were going to do. I think they put $1 million to hardwire the majority of, or not the majority, a section of their county. Then going forward, I think the plan was to do another $1 million of hardwire every year going forward. And I don't know the details of how I can look into that. I'll get a hold of Darren and find out how that went. I don't know how much the $1 million did. I think it's like Gasoline Alley in that area was done, but I think they're trying to move out to the west, kind of where their county shop and office is. So from there, they were going to move out, trying to get the high density areas and move from there. But they're doing it on their own, absolutely. So.
Gasoline Alley's been done for like our office.
That's what they're piggybacking off of that. They're utilizing that's the next step from the west.
Monaco brought in fiber optic stars, but part of it was we had to have accessibility to the other people who were bringing it in. So. Any other questions or comments on that? You're putting a request or a motion forward to send a letter?
Yes, I would definitely put a motion forward that we send a letter, adding to the fact that highlighting we could use this letter as our framework, but highlighting the fact that with the amount of online schooling that is going on, it's imperative that we get this through. And it's very, very important to us because of that in the rural Alberta. I would also suggest that we forward this on to our partners at Clearview for them to send a letter as well, stating the fact that we need this. They have the opportunity of utilizing the SuperNet, but their students are out in the country, don't have that opportunity. So hopefully they will pick up the torch and send a letter as well. So my motion will be that we send this letter, courtesy copying Cape, Alberta Infrastructure, to Alberta Infrastructure, courtesy copying Mr. Kenny and Cape, just so they know that we've sent it.
Questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we've got 6.3, closing rural road allowance. Councillor Gender?
Not really. There was a group that approached me a few months back about not closing a road, but there's an existing old road grade that divides the two fields. They were just kind of wondering whether they could level it out and then farm over it. So I just wanted to see to send this on to administration that they've got a heads up and I can give them the land location whenever, say like after the meeting.
Farm over it, or they want to put a...
There's kind of a road grade. They want to bulldoze it out or level it out so that they can farm over it, so it's easier for them to build a farm both sides of the existing road allowance.
Where's it at, Mr. Jen?
Overpass at Erskine, directly north from there. So it starts at the railroad and then it ties into the, I think probably 39-0. So there's probably about 400 meters worth of old road allowance there.
No way, wasn't it?
Road that used to cross the railroad. But right now there's, right,
Did they have the access of the power lines? Is that the one you're talking about?
yes. So it'd be right in the very center, from center down towards the railroad track. Yes, that is the one. It's owned by the Erskine Colony.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know, have they discussed this with ATCO Electric? Because ATCO Electric uses that to service their towers there. That's what they built those towers and they utilized that.
I guess this is something that can be brought back. Is it registered? What is it used for?
A road allowance.
It is a road allowance.
We did talk to them about it a couple of years ago. It's an old request.
Unfortunately, to close the road allowance, you need to have ministers. You have to get a minister's approval to close a road allowance, and it's been our policy that we don't typically. I don't know what we've done in the past. I don't think we've ever.
Try not to close road allowances. We have in the past. It usually comes back to bite us, but we could make some kind of agreement with them because I see it every day when I go home, but I didn't pay that much attention to it. I'm not sure where the towers come to, and then they start to move to the east.
Go right along that. They took right along that.
I wouldn't suggest closing the road allowance, but we could maybe enter into a
License of occupation is what we do.
right,
That's
making a hold harmless license of occupation, where they would have to allow ATCO to access their towers.
that would be the only thing is I think we have to ask ATCO if they're okay with that because they're a partner in this as well.
It's a
It makes sense. I don't know why the Hutterites actually haven't done it before.
You're asking. Most people just farm through it.
I was just.
Across, yeah.
Yeah, they've never made the request to me, so I don't know much about it.
So if the request is to staff to bring that back to them.
Do we don't need a motion for that, do we?
You could just have Ernie make.
Administration bring back information on what is really going to be, but ensuring, say, like with ATCO Power, everyone involved there that they do have a say into it.
Options there would be. Councillor Nixon.
Where Cal lives, the road allowance was improved past his place just on a little grade, just so the people who were farming north at the time could get across, and they've since went around the other way. But however, the person who has the land there has been upset about it because it was full of absinthe, and so he sprayed it out and just incorporated it in part of his field. So the fellow wanted access and said, "Road allowance is there, drive through the crop, but there's no way to go when you get through the crop. You come up and there's no road allowance further north, and the gate that he uses to access has got brush piled inside it and upside down harrows in there for whatever reason. But that's just in comment. So I'm sure there's places where people use the road allowance and just and Cal did it just to control the weeds. So for the 200 or 300 yards, I guess, of road allowance, it's worth it. But the road allowance is still there, so there's still, if somebody wants to drive through it, they can drive through it, and he's made the offer to the person who owns adjacent property. So
Quickly speak to that. The Traffic Safety Act is what dictates these license of occupations. Two major requirements that kind of speak to these types of things is we can only enter into it if the public no longer needs access through that road allowance, which generally is the only time we'd allow it anyways, but then B, that it's terminable on 30 days notice. So That's why we like these tools as opposed to closing them, because it's not permanent. We can undo it with 30 days.
So you'll make that motion. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Gender has a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Okay, under new business, with talking with that road right there, I think we'll move 7.7 up to back road and undeveloped road allowance / lease roads.
I'm in favor of that, Mr. Chairman.
Put that one to the Mr. Nixon.
I just had a request from one of my ratepayers to look into it, and it's an old road went to one of the county gravel pits, and she wants to build a house down in there. She has a well drilled, and she has power in there. So, and I think Randy has probably been up and looked at it. I don't know whether you have or not, Rick, but I know how much work it needs, but you know, just in light of what has happened in the past couple of months or even weeks with the decision by or not the necessary decision, but a threat, I guess, by the government to shut off some of our funds.
TAC,
okay. Well, it's a threat, I guess, so far until it comes up. So I just wonder what we want to do. Can we do some maintenance that doesn't cost us too much, or what do we want to do? I have no idea. So I wanted to bring it to council to have this discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have a policy on the books that we'll send. I think it's up to $10,000 on any new development. Anything over and above that, the individual has to pay for upgrades. Unfortunately, in my area, I've had a number of these that have come through, and I think administration has dealt with them wonderfully. But I think going into the whole back road upgrade, maybe we need to start doing a financial tally on them, because over the years, if we've put buckets and buckets of gravel into potholes on a back road, it may be way more than $10,000 worth of upgrades. I know in Dave's area a few years ago, the individual was thinking of building his house at the very back end of the quarter. After we explained we'll put in the first $10,000, and any improvements to the road that have to be done are on their dime. They made the financial choice to move that building site to the front part of the quarter. So I think it was the way to go, and I think that policy works pretty good. But going into these back roads, I dare say that we've put more than $1,000 worth of rock into some of these potholes, and more than 10 years in a row. So I'm thinking that we need to have a discussion around what that cost is, and where do we stop and where do we begin. So.
One of the things I've noticed in the last couple of months is that some of the requests that are coming in for back roads are actually old lease roads. And we're really seeing it now with the Trident wells that have been either abandoned or not used. And of course, still waiting for transfers to go through. Also, I do believe that this one in question has a lease, an old, I'm not sure what company it is, but I think it's the one that went bankrupt a couple years on us at the end of this. So what happened is that the oil companies will maintain these roads, right? Because they got to get their operators down them. So they'll hire a private guy to come down and level these roads or grade these roads, and they're just mostly dirt a couple times a year. Farmers get, find the quickest access to their field. They've been using these lease roads. Now all of a sudden they're abandoned. The wells have been abandoned, and the oil companies are no longer keeping these lease roads up. But they see a grader on the road, and they naturally assume it's the county of Stettler. I think that's a message that we've got to get out to our ratepayers, is that we never did, and we will not be maintaining these lease roads, even though it's quicker access. The oil company has probably left the road and the approach in, for the farmer's use, but it's just not cost effective for us to maintain them.
Just, Yvette or Andrew, what is our policy when it comes to people doing their own maintenance on road lines, on county road lines? I know that's something that we've frowned on in the past, so.
Policy is against it unless they're authorized explicitly, so. The county may approve it, subject to development agreement, and that they maintain it and build it to our standards. So it's not a driveway at that point. If you're gonna build a municipal road or maintain a municipal road, it has to be maintained to the level of a municipal road that won't incur liability issues for us. So it's not a low bar.
Oh, so that's another thing, point of consideration, because we, even though it's a seldom used road, it's still a road allowance. It's something that we need to be aware of for sure.
Actually cuts right through the quarter, doesn't it?
No. Yeah, that's. Where does it leave the road allowance? Where does I'll have to drive down there and have a look at it. But.
So in the landowner that you're referring to specifically, she's got a couple quarters around here. She's got the half section down here, which I assume is not the issue because she's right off the township road along the frontage of it. And this is the old Clement Pit Road. I think it's the
road from south of McKay's. So.
And so right up to north of McKay's is probably not in bad shape from the aerial.
It's not terrible up into the driveway, and that's how it's been maintained. And then after the driveway, it's, geometry's poor. I mean, none of it's that great, but, it's been okay for gravel truck access, but you never encounter traffic on it. So
what's the pit at?
There.
Remnant of it there.
So anything off the road allowance is nothing of our concern.
Yeah. And you can see it's probably down to, if the whole thing's not back road, you can see really right at the fence line is kind of where the road, after the access is where the road goes to definitely a back road trail type status. Okay. You can see, as Yvette pointed out, this to the north might have been maintained more by the lease operator in the past. But it's quite possible that's the issue now. And then the particular landowner you noted also has a quarter just north of that. They'd be able to access off of 53 for that quarter to get in there. So without knowing the specifics, I don't think a development permit application's come forward yet. So without knowing the specifics of exactly where they'd want to be, it's tough. But that is something the Municipal Planning Commission can consider and require, is that the developer upgrade the road, and in that case, a development agreement would be entered into, and they would be applicable for the $10,000 worth of cost sharing that Councillor Nyberg indicated.
My question is, so when the oil and gas companies were using that road to get to their lease, did they maintain that road up to our standards then?
They maintained it good enough to get it out and use it as they saw fit. They probably wouldn't take trucks in and swap trucks if it was wet or.
Landowner has the option just to build the approach basically to county standards, and then if that's their driveway, because we're trying to get that pit reclaimed. Right?
That road may not be there anymore.
Fair enough.
It's up to them what they use for an access road. We can't dictate to them, if they want a paved driveway or a gravel driveway.
Are they talking the pit, or are they talking that quarter where the coulee is? I could see them, if they're going to build a house, it would maybe upgrade it for. You said that quarter north of there, Andrew, was also that landowner?
Yeah, but it has an approach right off Highway 53. Can't speak to their intent, but I'd prefer to build off the pavement, personally, but.
Well, that's not what you want. It's down there.
Probably where it's quiet, so.
Yeah, exactly, so.
Can you zoom in on those two little developments? What are they?
These would be the leases, old leases.
And there's a lot of hills there, right, Lee?
Yeah, that's right.
It's not like it's flat land anyways.
Down in the
view, it looks
down in the coulee there to some extent.
Coming through to
Is there not a, like, do we still not have a 300-meter setback from wells or something for new development?
Depends if it's been abandoned or not, right? If there's a reclamation certificate on it, then they can pretty well build where they want. Like,
But part of the deal is they still have, even if it's on title on a quarter section, you have to get that.
like, I don't know, she's mentioned she's got power in there and water in there, but maybe she's gonna water her cattle. We haven't seen a permit for a house or anything.
I'm just wondering because I know there, and I think that's part of the deal, because even old wells that are they're still registered on title, you have to, I think we changed that a few years ago, that it is the landowner's responsibility to get permission from the oil and gas operator or something. Yeah.
We do undertake that search as part of processing and development permit application.
Like,
What about if it's a different landowner on an adjacent border? Is that still?
I mean, you still have to go to the oil and gas company and get that.
We put the onus on the
What's going on with it?
developer to do that, not us.
Yeah.
Because I do know that there's a couple wells underneath the shopping mall in Airdrie.
Well, and Imperial Oil got burnt with Calmar, right? I mean, that whole subdivision. Yeah. So, I mean, that was I think the catalyst for our situation. So.
Where exactly are they looking at having this acreage? Is it anything to do with, like, with the gravel pit? And like, this is the one that we are having problems with environmentally, is it not?
I don't know if we're having problems. We just haven't been able to get the reclamation certificate. I'm hoping to have it this year. They haven't applied for a development permit for a house, so we're not sure where, unless Wayne knows exactly what they're looking at.
That's our problem.
Until they make it an application, we have no idea.
I think it needs to have an application from the landowner, what their intentions are, what their expectations are, and exact locations and things. And until that time, we can receive it for information. I would put that motion forward if that's okay with Councillor Nixon, to receive it for information, what you've just told us today, and then they can apply.
Some policies in effect, yes.
All in favor? Carried. 7.1, request for decision, water hookup southwest of 43515, 4 west of the 4th, page 14.
Line coming off Bymore, I think this one is. Oh, this one's East Indian, sorry. Same line. Council for approval.
Stover?
I'd like to make a motion that the county authorize administration to construct this connection at the southwest of 43515 for $15,000.
Councillor Gender?
Okay, it's been stated that it's not going to be, it'll cost up to about $10,000. I was just wondering, like, this other $5,000, is it going to reserve specifically for water lines in?
Probably to offset where it's cost more.
It's in the general revenue.
Yeah, just
Cut fee. We do have some reserves that we set up for water, for the lines, so in case we have to go in and reconstruct them, but we do budget for breaks and repairs, so. Yeah. But it is a general revenue, it's just a hookup fee.
And I highly doubt we've collected more money than we've spent. I would love to see that, but I don't think it'll happen.
Other questions?
We spend money on water.
All in favor? Carried. 7.2, request for decision, water hookup southwest 73516, west of the 4th, page 16.
I had to get one of them right. This one's really close, yeah.
Stobart?
I'd like to make a motion that the administration or council authorize administration to allow this hookup to at the southwest of 735, 16, $15,000.
Mr. Gender?
Particular landowner, like I talked to his dad, I went down, did a little bit of work with him, and he was kind of asking and say like about the water system, and I just said, well, like what was scaring the heck out of him was that they had to provide the money up front. I just mentioned that you can amortize this, so right there, like he was instantly got a hold of his son and said, Christ almighty, like he's living with a woman that says things are not going to go very well if we continue with the water that they're on now. So this has really enticed him to really come forward and say, okay, by all means, they can afford this. So it's something that I believe that we should be able to bring forward to more people, that this is what the county can do. We can finance for them, so we can put it into a budgeting system for them.
Always been like this. Yeah.
Other questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision 7-3, unsightly property, page 18 of the package.
Mr. Chairman.
Welcome and get at it.
Most people are probably familiar with this property. It's Mr. Larry Watson's property on Highway 601. Location is 19260 Highway 601. So we've been dealing with this property since April of this year. We've had a complaint of its unsightly condition. Basically, as of our inspections, we've done multiple inspections and we've seen no improvement. So, sorry.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but I think it's come to my attention that this property has been sold.
Okay, so we have been informed that there is a deal going through. September 15th is the closing date. We are going to hold off on seeking the court order till after that date. This is just a preemptive measure in case something falls through on that, then we can proceed with a court order if something doesn't go through.
Again, having that this authorization and then a further court order may actually help the buyer if there are issues beyond her control resulting after the sale. So if we need to clear out people or property, she has, I know in their sales agreement, a hefty holdback on fees to make sure that it gets any enforcement actions get paid out of the money that would go to the seller rather than out of her own pocket. So it's very well established, and I wouldn't consider this enforcement something that would be enforcing upon the new buyer, but rather working with the new buyer on enforcing against any squatters that may remain.
Go towards if there was any unpaid taxes or whatnot too, or how does that transfer over?
System actually, when this resolves so many issues for us. A new owner is great. So
on the new owner, I think we have a good new owner.
Fair enough. Regardless, the sales transaction does clear off the taxes on the title first. So of whatever amount she's paying for the property, we get to take our cut to pay off our stuff. Any cleanup work gets taken out of there. Lawyer fees get taken out of there, and it's only after all of that does the seller get their money. So it should add a lot of value to that area for us, hopefully.
It's the first time I've really seen you smile about something that is on our side.
We got a lawyer. We don't often get wins in our enforcement that kind of fall into our lap like this. So certainly we'd be excited to help the buyer out in rectifying any issues and flying the flag, so to speak.
Mr. Stolberg?
Then we'll be able to recover the costs of removing all those unpermitted properties or structures. But then wouldn't it be advantageous to get this one in before the sale so that this cleanup qualifies too?
As I just said, it's not an enforcement against the buyer, so to speak, but it would be in our advantage for the court order to be heard by the buyer, or that the buyer would be a representative at that court hearing. So that's why we want your guys' blessing now, so that once that sale is complete, if there is any actions requiring our attention or requiring a court order, we can go to that without the court saying, well, let's hold off until the sale's done. So we're just trying to get our timing lined up so that we can make it as smooth of a process as necessary if the buyer encounters any issues beyond her jurisdiction.
Also been in communication with the buyer, and so we're
As of last week, yeah, we've been in contact with the buyer too.
going to work with the buyer the best we can.
We don't want the deal to fall through at the end of the day, I guess.
Exactly. Definitely is the definition of unsightly, though.
Yes. Snapshot of a few pictures there I attached. So.
Those vehicles are actually paid for.
I was just going to say how many are stolen.
The motion, Mr. Chairman, that the County of Stettler proceed with the enforcement of the nuisance bylaw properly brought into compliance.
Questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7.4, request for decision, tax sale date, page 29.
Annually, this is for taxes that we haven't been able to get payment on. So through the MGA, we have the ability to sell the property. We're suggesting December the 2nd, 2020 at 9 a.m.
Motion that the County of Stettler set the date for tax sale for December 2nd, 2020 at 9 a.m.
If we have any interested parties who want to purchase, they come to the county before December 2nd?
They come at the.
It's effectively a live auction, actually.
I've been doing this for 30 years. I sold my first property last year.
Times are changing.
A lot of them will come up with the money before December 2nd.
Gotta give them that opportunity.
Or alternatively, the property's not worth being bought, and
Yeah, that's the two.
Positive, Andrew.
Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay, 7.5, request for decision, Pheasant Festival sponsorship, page 30 of our package.
Sure, I'll let Nikki speak to this. She took the request.
The Stettler Board of Trade and the Stettler Pheasant Festival Committee are looking at holding their annual pheasant festival again this year from October 16th to 18th, of course with physical distancing in effect, and they're busy organizing their hunts right now and selling their hunts, and they've submitted a request for gold sponsorship for the 2020 Pheasant Festival. In the past, this council has contributed towards the Pheasant Festival in 2016 with a $5,000 donation, in 2017 with a $1,500 donation, and then last year it was $500. We also contribute to this festival by providing county lands for hunting if they're needed. So lands that would be good for pheasant hunting, they get permission from us to use them for that weekend. And we provide maps, although last year we provided them with an online app version of our map, which worked famously. So I think we provide them with less and less maps each year.
Councilor Nyberg?
Coming through to administration, is there a financial cost on providing the maps and the land use?
All the maps for $15 a piece, or the map books for $20, $25 a piece. We donate those. Andrew's time to develop the app, and the lands, we've readjusted our leases so that people are taking their cattle off early so we can accommodate the pheasant festival. I don't think there's much of a financial burden with the land, is there, Rick? We don't, not really much. Leaseholders are keeping up the fences. We just open the gate.
Additional mowing for it as well.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, if I could, the current situation with our oil and gas sector, if this continues to down the road that I think it's going to, Mr. Kenny has stated that he basically is going to cut our budget by $4.5 million in one fell swoop. I don't know if we can afford to do these, and this is the kind of stuff that we have talked about going forward, are the things that are going to be cut if not the need to do, but the nice to do stuff. Sally Littlechilds used to always say that it was the need to do and the nice to do, and this is a nice to do item. If we're going to lose $4.5 million because Mr. Kenny feels that he needs to give the top 2 oil and gas producers in this province a break, unfortunately, it's going to hurt our residents, and I think they need to be very well versed on this. So I will make the motion that we continue to provide the land and the in-kind service, but I don't think we can afford to have a financial contribution this year. And in the letter that we send him, I think that we should make it very clear the reasons behind it, that this is what the fallout of what's coming down the pike to us. So.
I guess further in support to Mr. Nyberg's motion, I would love to see council fund the Pheasant Festival, but with the current situation of loss of taxes and stuff, it's unfortunate that these things have to be dropped, but it's sort of in the, I guess, priorities rather than quit graveling of roads. I mean, these are where the cuts come first, and I think the public has to know that. It's not that we don't want to, it's just that our hands are being tied financially because we don't have the revenues, and the future revenues look even more bleak. So I think this is what the community has to be prepared for.
Councillor Gender and then Councillor Wilson.
Back this startup, I don't mind putting some seed money into something, but after a while it has to support itself. So I believe that we are in a very strict budget, and we've got to start looking at what are going to be our requirements, what are going to be our necessities in this county. Thank you.
I'd like to add that I would certainly encourage the ratepayers to continue volunteering their time, which they have in the past, and any in-kind thing that we can do to support this festival.
Questions, concerns? Motion on the table. All in favor? Carried.
That's to support the lands, though.
Still in kind, we'll give them, I don't think there's much of a cost to the app now because I think it's already been developed. It's basically updated, but, and then a little bit of mowing. We maintain those roads anyways because they're going to, here's an interesting point, right? The Pheasant Festival is going to want to drive on our gravel roads to go to whatever hunt site they're going to. If we don't provide the hunt site, somebody's going to provide it, but we still provide the road that they are going on. Rural Alberta is important to everybody. The majority of these people are going to be coming from out of our area to hunt. They're going to drive on our roads. I'm glad they're here. I'm welcome them with open arms, but services provided, right? So.
Last year it was really wet. I was in Stettler when they were coming in, and it was really wet. So I imagine they appreciated having gravel on those roads.
Yes.
Okay. It is something that's this cause and effect of exactly what we're seeing right now. We don't know what our outcome is going to be, but we have to plan for the worst outcomes. That's too bad. 7.6, MDF Great Plains, a letter for information or
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I was the one who brought this up. I think it's imperative that we send a letter to the Great Plains MDF organization, just to make sure that we keep the lines of communication open and that they know that we are ready and willing to get at this project. We have not heard anything for a little bit after the last flurry of in the paper. We haven't had much contact. I'm just wondering if where they're at, what they're doing, and I would like to encourage them to, still think of Stettler as their main spot to be, and if there's some information that they may need to keep things moving forward, we're ready and willing to help.
Copied on that letter from them going after our stop up at legislative grounds. They did comment on that too from a commercial taxation piece.
Yeah. So and that's good. But the project itself going forward, I think we need to make sure that we, I don't want us to be any barrier, but I don't think that we need to lead it. But we need to make sure that if there's information they need,
Also point of view.
Yes, and it should come from you, Mr.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay, then we are on to unfinished business. 8.1 memo, Bayview Street signage plan, page 33 of our package.
Chairman, council requested that administration bring back information regarding signage up at on Bayview Street, up at Roshan Sands Heights, basically to keep roadways clear for emergency vehicles. So Rick, you put this together. I'll let you speak on it.
Yeah, I guess we've highlighted two specific issues, and one of them obviously is the volume of traffic and speed through the area that may or may not change positively or negatively when the road extension gets done across over to the east. And the other issue obviously being parking and access for emergency and maintenance vehicles to be able to get where they need to go when something does happen. So the first issue I think is largely the more of a study type of thing. Like, we don't really know the impact. Anybody would be guessing right now that, when we connect that road across, that the volumes are going to go up. For all I know, they might go down. Speed control and whatnot's obviously an issue, and I think that can be dealt with a bit of enforcement, and we can do some monitoring to actually identify if there is in fact an issue that we have to deal with by continuing traffic counts and paying attention to what's going on. The second side of that would be keeping the area open and accessible. And parking has been an issue. We've noticed this summer. I'm sure Yvette was up there a few times taking pictures and seeing some of the interesting activities, including a boat for camping in the right-of-way at different times. And we get a lot of vehicles parked partially on the paved surfaces and dragging mud out of the adjacent field up onto the road. And it's very difficult to get around. So in consultation with Lee a little bit, we came up with sort of the idea that you can't just post a sign and say there's no parking on the surface of the road, because we can't then necessarily enforce it well. And apparently they've tried that in other areas where one sign on the entrance to the areas is not going to do the job. We're going to have to post signs regularly through in order to allow or to establish that you should have been able to see the sign. Therefore, we can enforce it if we have to. The other part of that is the internal subdivision of what used to be Buffalo View Estates was built to a 7-meter top, which doesn't really allow for vehicles to park on both sides of the road and still have adequate access. Your standard lane width of a road is 3.5 meters. So 2 3.5-meter lane widths is a 7-meter wide road. You park on both sides of the road. A fire truck's not getting down that road if it has to. So the other part of that was to restrict parking, if that's what you choose to do, on one side of the road on the internal roads instead of both sides of the road the way it is right now, and make sure that, people can develop their lots in such a way that they take their guests and their extra parking and whatnot onto the lots when they do it. And obviously on Bayview, restricting the surface parking entirely, at least from my point of view, from the paved surface. I don't have a lot of issue if there's, a grass boulevard between the lot boundary and the pavement that people park on there, but we can't continue to have overhanging and partially on vehicles and whatnot on the paved surface, as it's going to inhibit maintenance and emergency vehicles. There was some discussion when we did have our meeting with the Ratepayer Association up there about parking, and we did have one house building contractor open up an area that he wanted to stockpile stuff on temporarily, and suddenly, all our efforts to reclaim that area afterwards keep getting parked on and rutted up and mudded up. So we're going to be in there actually cleaning up and cutting the shoulder down and making sure they can't drive off there going forward, so we can at least get the grass reestablished properly. We're doing that this fall, and also removing a couple of other approaches that are no longer needed, basically for access to the Bolin property to the south. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, what I believe the issues are, and obviously the monitoring, I think, is most important for establishing if there is in fact a problem with volume and speed, and the other part of that is making sure we have full access to everything for emergency and maintenance vehicles all the time. And that's my suggestion essentially in the memo, is that we take that type of action. The signs would be placed regularly, so generally speaking you have to be able to see the sign from the other sign, kind of a thing. So intersections and possibly as much as 200 meters between signs maybe, but they'd have to be regular enough that they're visible pretty much all the time. That's it.
Councilor Everett?
So, from an enforcement standpoint, what bylaw or what law are we going to enforce on? Because I don't think we have a parking bylaw up at the lake right now. But the problem with the general traffic bylaw is it's 24 hours. So you can park on the side of a roadway for 24 hours.
It's posted, no parking.
Yeah, the signage is the real key differentiator there.
Okay, but so what's the fine?
Yeah, we have it listed in the general traffic bylaw.
Either 100 or 200.
So I'm wondering if we shouldn't be posting that, like at the bottom of the sign under bylaw 1616, the fee will be $200 to let people know.
Happens when we amend that bylaw.
I know. I'm just saying that yeah.
It's subject to fines. Or the bylaw number changes with general traffic.
I hear you. I'm just saying that there's somewhere that the interesting fact. And when I went to that course up in Edmonton was about the sign being a white sign versus a yellow sign, because yellow is warning and white is prohibitive, and so that we're on the right track with that. But
that's why, if I can, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we allow operations and protective services to work together to ensure that these signs are placed strategically so that we can enforce. Now, I forwarded a memo that we received from the Community Association on August the 9th to all council, and I know that they're looking for some leniency during busy times, but unfortunately during busy times is when our emergency vehicles could be called up there at any moment. And if you're up there and you've got a truck going this way and a boat trailer going this way, you might get an ambulance through there, but you're not getting a fire truck.
So out of this, if you're asking my opinion on it, I'm in the no parking anytime. It sends a straight message that there isn't an exception to the rule.
So we're talking about no parking. Did you look at areas where we can provide parking? Because there's very limited parking up there. There's where the boat launch is. And I understand along that main road, especially on the east side of that main road, it's very narrow. And we do get a lot of people parking on there. But I think when we have MR up there and people want to enjoy the lake and come and visit, we really don't have anywhere for visitors to park.
There's the parking at the boat launch. There's some down by the trail, right? You know, as the old Bolin subdivision ends and the new one begins, type of thing. Right there. There's a few spaces there.
Vehicles, do you think?
Well, if I could, Mr. Chairman, this actual development was planned out by an engineer, and the parking density was taken into account to have enough parking. The fact that people overutilize it is not. I mean, you could have a whole lot for parking, and I don't know if you'd have. People have to understand that take your boat, drop it in the water, and then drive back to your lot and drop it off. People don't want to walk all the way back to their boat. I get it, but unfortunately, it would maybe it's advantageous for people to understand that you can't just park willy-nilly, right? So those should be for visitors, not for residents. Residents should be parking on their own property. It's a little hard to park your boat trailer and vehicle when you have 5 trailers on your lot.
I understand residents, but there's visitors too.
That's what the parking is for the visitors, not the residents. The residents should be parking on their own property, right? But the problem is what they're doing is they're loading up their property with 5 holiday trailers and then utilizing public parking or roadway parking, which is illegal, for their boat trailer, or in some cases the boat's still on it with their vehicle. And that wasn't the idea that this was meant for. The public parking was for the public, and if you're a homeowner there, park on your own lot.
Sure. We've always tried to encourage residents to realize that they're responsible for their guests and themselves, and so that if you're going to have a party, well, you're going to have to limit who comes so that you can ensure that you can incorporate vehicles on the property that you're having it on, right? So if you're going to have a family reunion, either bring a bus or make sure you got room for 4 or 5 cars, because those roads are narrow and that we have to have access to them by emergency vehicles. So we try to what's the word I'm looking for, Andrew? We're trying to encourage lot owners that, you know, to be responsible and to make sure that you can handle whatever parking you require on your own lot.
Councilor Nixon's ahead. Go ahead, Rick. Okay, go ahead, Rick.
On the subject of parking throughout the area, I believe Councilor Neitz was questioning that, I guess, specifically. There are some open areas that are not really overly supportive if it's wet right now and boggy and whatnot, that we could look at developing into parking throughout the old Bolin specifically, because Buffalo View Estates does have 2 parking lots on it already. That said, though, that's going to take capital dollars and things, and when we start talking about actually constructing a pathway rather than just keeping trees cleared off of an area that we can go later, this is all going to have to come into capital work, because it's not a maintenance activity that we keep money for on an annual basis. So it will have to be a planned out and approved capital expenditure to build parking lots or parking areas and the pathway.
So we just acquired this extra right away along Bayview. You know, before, I mean, they knew the fence ran almost right along the road to the south, so there was no parking, but there is the odd spot. And we talked about developing that. As the walkway gets developed, we can look at that. At one time, we talked about even maybe having some room to park on the 5 acres that we acquired. But the feedback we got from the residents at that time was that they didn't want to walk that far. So I hate going to Walmart and having to walk from the back of the lot, but I usually end up doing that quite a bit. But I mean, I think we can work with them. It's just that I think it's imperative that we keep the main streets open for emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, and police.
That was my point. When we acquired that land, there was discussion around parking lot in that area that Andrew had just marked off here a bit ago. So, and I don't remember how many acres was there in there. There was a few.
5.
Yeah, so it is sort of in the long range plans.
The problem we're having right now is that's still private road.
No, we can enter that. We can access that 5 acres off of our road allowance.
This is a road allowance.
Oh, okay.
Do you just enter it from the north side?
Mile and a half to so it connects.
We will still have areas where they still can park visitors, whether it's for the residents or not, or people who just come to enjoy the lake. There still will be parking. I think the concern was restricting everywhere, and as long as there is still parking for like visitors of the lake, not necessarily just for the residents.
Unfortunate, and I think every area of the lake deals with that, right? It's that in the busy time, there's just limited parking, and that's why whether it's in the county of Stettler or the summer villages, you know, the mandate is to keep everything on your own lot, and then that frees up the thoroughfares for the emergency vehicles. And we've got to enforce that, because I get a fire chief that gets really upset when he can't get a fire truck down a roadway.
If they're upset, wait till the person that owns the house that doesn't get fire service. He'll be very, very upset.
And that, say, like that 5 acres that we have proposed, it's a lot shorter walk than if they had to walk from where they are driving from. Like along the main, say like the Bayview Street, I would like to see that there is no parking at all at any time. And then like the only part is say like within Buffalo View Estates, I can see maybe parking maybe on one side. But then it is also one, if you go drop over the edge of the road and you just start growing the grass, if it becomes muddy, then who fixes it up later? I just find that anyone that's going to be inviting or friends or relatives to their lot, they should be keeping them on there within their own lot, unless you want to arrange, say, like with their neighbors, but definitely off of the roadway.
So the Bayview Streets, Mr. Gender, we just understood that it's a 7-meter top and you can't park either side of it. You would like that, but I don't think it's feasible to park on one side or the other. The whole plan behind that was that there was no street parking, period. That was the whole
Bayview Street with no parking, it was in the subdivision itself. Bayview Street's 8 meters.
Yeah, but it's a 7-meter top in Buffalo View Estates. That's where I'm saying you're saying you should have parking in Bayview?
Have parking along.
I don't think you can, because it's a 7-meter top and you can't park either side.
So just for clarification on that, the internal subdivision roads at Buffalo View Estates are 7 meters. Bayview is 8 meters. I think when it goes through the old bowl, and I think it was closer to 7.5 meters rather than one or the other. Something to consider as well, as it relates to where people park and how they get where they're going. There already is a fairly wide proliferation of the use of golf carts and ATVs and whatnot all over the place up there, and it wouldn't be a stretch to have somebody park and using those vehicles like they have been, shuttling them back to the lot. They could even go down and park at the provincial park if they had to. But that appears to be an ongoing issue up there. And it also becomes a safety issue, because if we get vehicles parking and reducing visibility all the way through here, because we have golf carts and ATVs and kids walking and playing and darting in and out of vehicles, it's going to be ugly down the road. And you need to keep that open sight line available to them, so we don't get a lot of dangers creeping in by people jumping in and out of stuff and not knowing that they've got something to get out of the way of.
Are you looking for direction, like in the form of a motion? Or what are you just?
We brought the information back that was asked, and I guess it's up to you.
Okay.
If you'd like to see us go forward. I've given you the sign examples of some examples I could put. Those are your basic, ones that are yay big kind of a thing. Councilor Needs?
So when you're building a subdivision, like even in an urban area, how wide are those roads? Because when you go into the urban cities, they're allowed to park on both sides. So how wide are those roads?
Necessarily, if there's a lot of cities that actually restrict parking on the smallest of their local roads to one side or the other. Often when a subdivision is designed, there'll be driveway access the way they expect the lots to be built on one side, and they have the non-driveway or front garage ones on the other side. But definitely in Calgary, and not so much in Red Deer, but I've seen a lot in Grand Prairie and Edmonton where there are neighborhoods where they restrict parking to one side or the other, because that's the way the road was built width-wise, and you still have to be able to get equipment and everything else in there when you have to. It's a very common thing. The other thing to do would have been build it wider in the first place to accommodate that, but that's not how that particular subdivision went.
expand as well, one of the key differences too with the bigger urbans is their wonderful benefit of hydrants. They can operate with much smaller trucks than we can when we're hauling 3,000 gallons of water with us. We're a little bigger.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that we go ahead with no parking signs at any time at intervals that are seen appropriate by our administration, either our peace officer or public works, whoever comes up with that interval. Cost to this roughly, how many signs?
Well, the signs themselves, we'll probably be into it for about $1,000 by the time we're done ordering enough signs to do it. We add, I'm not sure if we've read that in here or not, but I was also proposing to put signs at the intersection sort of leading in that had that description of no parking on the surface of the street. And that was going to be a decision point for you as well, whether it's the entire right of way or just the surface. My recommendation is the surface.
I'm okay with it.
This is with the understanding of your recommendation of the internal roads, they still have one side or the other side to park on.
That'll be hopefully part of your motion is.
Motion would be that there's no parking. It's a 7-meter top, but we can't allow parking there.
Even internal roads, no parking anywhere?
I mean, it's a safety issue. And I could just, and unfortunately, if you don't, you're going to see where we're, if they are allowed to park on the inside, we're not going to get a fire truck. It's not a big issue right now, but as we build out there, well, it could be a big issue. Get a holiday trailer on fire and try and get a fire truck in there or an ambulance. Our buses are getting bigger by the minute, right? The ambulances are huge. Are they 450s now or 550s?
I think 550s are most of but it's and they like the Crestline vans because it enables them, because of the ALS service, to offer the life-saving measures in the truck, right?
From me, this is a safety issue that there is no parking on the side of the street, and it's
I guess from the perspective of the internal roads that are 7 meters wide, I'm hearing that you don't want to restrict to just one side. You want it completely restricted.
No parking, because the problem being, like you had mentioned in the city, we have approaches, I will call it, or driveways on both sides of the road, versus where if you had one side of the road that was not, like it was a backside, or if it was just a no access, it wouldn't be a big issue. But everybody has a driveway there. You'll be blocking driveways, and
the Highway Traffic Act requires you to not park within 1.5 meters of the edge of a driveway as well. And
I mean, you're pretty much that already about that. So we should just be putting no parking signs up. Pay them, but they can put them up.
Also needs.
I can understand not parking along Baby Street, but I think the internal roads, I think there's enough meterage for a car to park on one side and still allow the ambulance and the fire trucks to get through on the other side. So I think, because did you say there was enough room that they could do that? Park on just one side of the road rather than both sides?
Yeah, and that's why I suggested it that way, and that's why I want it clarified of what we're talking about, because it does make quite a big difference to how we're going to handle it. I just want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly.
I think we'll be facing our peace officers up there all the time to enforce it. If we allow one side of the road, knowing that we do have enough room for those emergency services to get through, then we'll get more compliance, I think.
May also be an option too, where we don't want to park people, is to actually paint the curb line yellow, as long as that's covered in the Highway Traffic Act correctly, for that being a no parking zone. But something we can look into as well, in addition to the signs, if there's some issues with too close of access.
There's certain areas where we find there is not availability to do that, like in the cul-de-sac kind of area. I think it can be prudent that you can look at it, but I don't want to restrict all areas that there's no parking, because I think we'll have a huge issue with compliance.
Well, and with the cul-de-sac itself, you can't allow parking sort of in the bulb, because that's your turnaround spot for the big stuff. And
if there's a bunch of things in the way, and I've seen, you know, even things like basketball hoops left there over the weekend and stuff like that during the week, and, you know.
Councilor Gender, or Councilor Nyberg, pardon me.
Other things.
Last one to put his hand up.
So the problem I have with that, to Mrs. Neitz, is the fact is you're going to pick a winner and loser. If I'm on the north side and I can't have parking in front of my place, can I park in front across the road at my neighbor's place? And then I'm going to piss my neighbor off, and the neighbor across the way is going to say, well, how come the north side got parking and I didn't get parking? You're picking winners and losers, and I think if you want to ride the fence, you go down the middle and nobody parks, right? Unfortunately, this particular area has forced us into urbanization, something that we in our county don't normally have to deal with, but I think it's imperative. And if they can make a reasonable request to us that one side or the other should not have parking, we can always take the sign down. But I think your first and best action would be to sign it all, no parking for everybody, and then if we need to, we can relax it later on and say, okay, but I'm not willing to pick and choose. Are you willing to pick and choose? Is it the north side or the south side that doesn't get parking?
I'm fine with that. I think they'll be fine with that. At least there's parking, rather than zero.
The complaints we're going to get is Mrs. Smith is parking in front of my place, and I don't want that. Get her out of there. This is
well, it's public parking, so they can't complain.
That's going to be an issue.
It could be an issue, but at least we are allowing
city in the town on a regular basis.
But I know. I have kids who live in Edmonton. One of them lives on a one-way street with no driveways, and there's a lot of apartments in there, and it's horrible to find parking. My son lives in a different area where you can park on both sides of the street, and they have a senior's home down the road where all the workers park right in front of his house, and it's horrible to find parking there too. They're allowed to park on both sides of the street, but I think if we allow at least one side or the other, it's going to be a lot easier. And even if they aren't parking in front of their house, it's like the city, whoever gets there first. Unfortunately, some people have to walk a long way, but at least we're allowing some parking.
Or are you allowing trailers to be parked in front of, so Larry and I live across the street from our place. I have somebody visiting and he parks a trailer in front of my house.
This is vehicles, I don't think.
But this is the holiday trailers that...
Holiday trailers aren't supposed to be parked on the road.
When they're attached to a vehicle, they are attached to a vehicle and they can park there. I mean, this is a complicated, and the reason I'm saying that we go with the full measure first is we can back off later. It'll be hard to put up signs again and say no parking because people say, well, I parked there last year.
We have a bylaw or something that says we can't park vehicles on the road. I mean, trailers.
What if they're attached to a vehicle?
So we could make...
Have to be attached to a vehicle.
You're not attached, that's a different story, but they become a passenger public vehicle like any other vehicle.
Parking on the road and putting your slides out on the road, I don't think that's should be...
They're doing it, that's the problem.
Well, yeah, but that shouldn't be acceptable.
And motorhomes, for example, do that as well.
On the long weekend. But this is for vehicles, and maybe we could make a stipulation only for vehicles. No trailers. You have to put the trailer on your own property.
And you're going to have to determine on the Highway Traffic Act that you're not a pub. I mean, I would go there, and if that was the rule, I would put my holiday trailer and my truck there, and if you gave me a fine for it, I would say, show me in the Highway Traffic Act where it's not there. It's considered a vehicle by the Highway Traffic. We'd have to make a whole new bylaw for it. I'm trying to keep this simple by putting nothing on there for now, and then maybe later we can back it off.
I was just wondering, like in areas like Buffalo View Estates, I still call it that because that's what I remember it by. And but if we're trying to encourage build out in all those lots, will that hamper the build out if you can't park in a residential area? And I'm kind of thinking, like Councilor Neitz, if you can park on one side, there is some options for that. And like small vehicles only, you could park, they can't be parking big things in there, but. I was just wondering if that would be possible.
Right now, there's two parking spots. There's one by the septic tanks, and then there's also the one goes down into the pathway into there. Is there any Like beside the water station, is there any area in there that could be developed a little further?
Treatment center. Maybe we could designate one as no parking because if we have to get in, and we could maybe develop a couple more spots right there. The coverage on the lot is supposed to allow for parking on the lot, so the size of the lot, I guess, dictates the size of the house where you put it, and can you have two vehicles on your lot or just one?
Looking at what's been developed out there prior to 2015, most people have built, with very few exceptions actually, with quite a bit of parking allotted on their own lot. So that does generally cover the residents and the visitors of those residents. The only extra bit that I think the municipality really considered as part of approving the subdivision part was the public access to the boat launches and any public facilities, which are fairly limited beyond the boat launch and marina, which has quite significant parking and nice parking.
I think it's pretty the norm. The lake is a high use area, and we've definitely seen that this year, right? So I think that people are expected just to, if they have visitors, to be able to incorporate them all in their lot. That's a problem we're running into White Sands, right? Mark is really getting quite upset about the fact that you got parking on both sides of those narrow roads, and you're not going to get that big fire truck.
Safety issue and perhaps a little self-policing on behalf of the people that live in those communities as well. So,
what about the cul-de-sacs or the turnarounds, the bulbs there? No parking? Because typically in the city you can't park in a cul-de-sac because it's a turnaround area.
I can see any restricted area like that, but I think you have to. It's a summer resort. I think we can't. I think we don't want to get too much into the lawmaking end of it.
I'm just the only thing is it's the internal roads that 7 meter top. They'll park on both sides and you won't get an ambulance or fire truck down. That's where I stand on it. So, unfortunately, that's the problem.
Sweet.
We're still, they're still in the phases of building out too. And I think Les is right. You will have utility vehicles. A lot of them will be able to fit on the lot too. But sometimes if they're doing other kinds of services, to park out front for a short amount of time while they're working on something, while the houses are being constructed, I think it would serve the purpose of being able to park close to be able to service those houses. Well, you get your gas, electric, all whatever. I know there is some room on the parking or for the driveway, right, to build a house. But sometimes they do. Their own workmen park out on the street, constructing a house. Yeah, sorry. So if you're constructing a house, the workmen usually bring in their own trucks or whatever, and for that short amount of time that it takes to build a house.
Repair person, like if you have to replace your hot water tank, or if you need your wash machine repaired or whatever, or delivery or whatever, if you're getting something from UPS or whatever, you think sometimes they just need to park for a short time. Like that, they would have to be carting that stuff from a block or two or three away, wherever you park.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion on the and I'm going with staff recommendation. Their recommendation is not to allow parking on the 7 meter top on either side. So I think we can make any assumption we want and we can say whatever we're asking. But if that's their recommendation, I think the issue of whether there is a construction vehicle in front or if there is a repairman in front, it's not like our peace officers are going to be there 24 hours a day, and they have the discretion to, typically they go with the idea of making a judgment call whether this is a nuisance parking or this is a parking for necessity. So I hope that we can have trust in their judgment call to make sure that is the situation. So.
Bringing this back to council to see their final recommendation.
No, this is just they would sign it as they see fit that it needs to be signed. And I think if you're going to sign it, you sign it all with their recommendation of whatever they feel fit to sign. It's not as much as I agree with one side or the other, but I mean, you're picking winners and losers, and I can just see all you're going to do is you're going to piss off the neighborhood because you've parked in front of my house and I've parked in front of your house, or I go down there for the weekend and I park in front of your house. Only they're going to be pissed off at us. If nobody can be there, nobody plays nice, nobody gets to park there. So.
Councillor Nyberg, as per staff recommendations though, like under 2, it talks about the internal roads with parking on one side.
Well, I said one of their recommendations was no parking on either side.
On the bottom of page 33, that last paragraph says parking only on one side of the road. And this is the internal local roads allow parking only on one side of the road as the road top of the surface is 7 meters.
Just go ahead.
This being a memo and recommendations for conversation, not necessarily a request for decision, and it's all laid out for you to pick a staff recommendation. These are options for you to consider at this point. So if there is a motion, I think the thing to do is just, not just pick it off the menu essentially and say what it's going to be and see where it goes. But I don't think there was a specific.
I will
in there one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, to say that we to move this forward, because we're going to be beating this horse to death, that we allow signage on the main roads, parking on one side, and Ms. Neats, you'll decide which side. Is it the north or the south road that gets to park on?
Administration.
You cannot put that in administration's hand, Mrs. Neats. I will not put that down there, because I don't think it's fair to them, because you're the person that is making this suggestion. So is it the north or south side of the internal roads?
Well, why was I saying that? Because they understand the roads better than I do. That's what I was saying. And
the problem I have with that, this is going to be a political decision, and it has to be made by you. So I don't want staff to be thrown under the bus, and they said that they're the ones.
Okay.
I did put the example in there of south and I think it was west side, largely because of the lakeside properties probably wanting to not have the parking on there. So I was going to restrict it on if I recall the recommend or the discussion point was restrict on the north and the east maybe, right? So that they park on the south and on the west, so that the lakeside generally
parking or
that's why I had done it that way when I picked the side. That was my logic more than anything else, was the lakefront properties, that side of the road would be open. But that was more of an aesthetic, what I figured people would probably want when I have to make the suggestion rather than a technical need. That said, if we're talking the main road being Bayview, essentially, that would be restricting parking on the paved surface all the way through is what I'm understanding. Now we're talking about the internal roads, whether to restrict one side or all in general. So
a motion will say restrict one side, but Ms. Neats gets to pick which side it is. So I don't want to be the one that picks that side.
Out to park off the shoulders, off the road.
On the north side, they likely will, because it's generally flat and they've been doing it for years. The south side is still a jungle. So I'm going to be carving that shoulder all down and making sure that we don't encourage, half of a vehicle parked half off the road up there. We're going to
make an
Understanding that there's no parking whatsoever along there.
Oh, that was the whole point, right? But the grass,
You're just saying
Grass Boulevard,
they're gonna try.
Yeah.
We're gonna put the signs up and that's, okay, I'm with you.
that's right.
You're doing a two-part to that, okay.
So Rick, on the internal roads,
Couple of the estates, you know, we've got some that are developed, some that aren't, some that have driveways, some that don't. Could we alternate the parking for one side, like even if we use the yellow paint on the curb?
Block by block, or
Like, they could be parking on the north side if there's room or there's no driveway, and then they could be parking on the south side if there's no driveway and it's not so congested. So you're kind of alternating them a little bit, spacing them out.
yeah, like
Get a fire truck through there.
there's one road that
Ambulance is doing this. I'm not
They're limited
side of the other, I think.
by block though, right? Then you're not, right? So, you know, do this section all the same, do this section all the same, and do this bulb all the same.
Oh, yeah.
The three doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, just as long as if in that block I'm driving down, I don't have to weave through the block to get there. Yeah, no, keep it simple.
but somehow we have to indicate that it's not RVs, whether it be deemed as vehicle or truck trailer or motor.
I think you can. Well,
Do you have within our, I did look it up, sorry, I knew we had something, I just couldn't speak exactly. Our general traffic bylaw allows a recreational vehicle parked while attached for up to 5 days. And then it's must be removed for at least 2 days.
Occupied also, or just
No occupancy at any time on a highway or public place that's not a RV park. So.
Well, I guess there's just fewer cars then, right?
This is specifically recreational vehicle.
Parking internally, it's a pavement road. It's gonna be water going from there. If you get an inch of water off, let's say like half of a road, that's gonna be all put into the edge. Someone's going to drive over that lip of the pavement. They're gonna make a rut into it. We're gonna be up there constantly repairing these ruts. Other than that, the next time you get a water into it, it's going to keep on destroying that part of the road. And so like it is something that I'm very hesitant on saying, okay, whether to have any parking allowed on there because we're going to be constantly fixing these edges so that they do not hold water. And they are going to deteriorate. We do not have the manpower and the funds in order to be keeping on fixing these up.
I think we have a motion on the table now for parking on one side though. Alternating?
from bulb to, or from block to block. Which is the first block? Which side does that go? That's what, I'll be honest. And the reason I'm saying this is we're going to get grief about this. I guarantee you, you're going to get grief.
If I may, yeah. First block going into, I can't remember what the road is, but when you first turn in left. So if we're allowing parking on the south side of the east-west part of the road, we have the whole frontage of the truck fill instead of being in front of somebody's lot, right? So part of the reason, I would choose allowing parking would be on where there isn't anybody occupied anyways. You go down to the first road that goes in, the next one over, there's a driveway on the west side. There is not one on the east side, right? I would, my choice, I would likely restrict it on the west side and allow the parking on the east side because there's currently no driveway there.
It has to be far enough away from the intersections on both of those and around that.
And that's partially where we could talk about yellow paint. It is covered in the Highway Traffic Act. If you do have a driver's license, you're generally aware of these restrictions and how close you're allowed to be to a corner anyways. That said, it's, that's how I would work it out if that's the way you want to go, is try to not direct traffic to direct it away from as many fronting houses as possible where we have other lots or other usage of space there that they can park alongside. Typically, thing on Island View closed way up the top, you'd probably let them park on the east side, right, along where the fence is all broken down in the pond, rather than right in front of the houses.
They just go for a swim.
Straight into the pond, you're swimming. Yeah. Councilor Needs.
When we bring the water in, I assume are we going to install fire hydrants? Was that one of the plans? Okay, I wanted to ask that question before we.
Sorry, I can speak to that. We don't actually have a fire pump capable of delivering the type of tonnage.
I wanted to ask that question though. And we're bringing in water, so.
With all the services back. If he was gonna put fire hydrants in, he would have did it at that time, and he would have pressured up, I can't even talk, the reservoir, and that was never his intent, and that's how they were sold, right? I mean, phase one was totally sold, and the marina was just about complete before the county of Stettler had anything to do with it.
Quantity of storage you'd need to actually provide fire protection is massive in a spot like that, so you wouldn't be able to, tank it that way. You'd have to have a full supply to it in order to pull off of it.
Not that you couldn't. I mean, it's just a large capital cost that council consider. Or, if everything turns around and Kenny doesn't split our budget in half, then, maybe 10 years down the road, you could build out a fire pump, more storage with the regional water line in there. You could have hydrants. I mean, we did it in Erskine, right?
I said, all your existing water lines are probably too.
Like a South Shore lagoon before I'd like.
Even a lagoon, we looked at that one at the golf course, Wolf Creek, and that, to me, that works. It's a 2-car garage, and will handle up to, what did they say, 800 built-out houses. It's doable, but it's also about, lagoon was just under $1 million, and this one was just over $1 million. So it's the cost of it running it was a little more expensive, but it worked for that area. Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, when the development was built, was it planned to have parking in front, or what? There must have been some sort of allocation for parking in that. The development permit came to us. I don't think we were allowing parking in the front.
It was, there was no boulevards, was there?
It was all off-street parking.
The original subdivision plan had ditches and a 7-meter paved top with open ditches, just like Bayview. We had to move to the curb and gutter. Largely, when I first got involved in that, we were asked to pave it, and they had built all the earthwork to a 7-meter top. By the time you put the structure on, you'd be down to 5.5 meters. So I'm not sure exactly what their plan was, but they didn't build it even to accept the pavement that was supposed to.
Ditches in the front of a property tells you no parking, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I mean, that was when they were originally sold. There was no on-street parking. It was all off-street. So I'm just going. That's what we originally approved there. The fact that they've taken liberty with parking on the street is what it is. I'm fine, but I think we should move on, and I'm willing to go with.
Fine with those suggestions?
One side to the others.
Oh, okay.
You're good with those suggestions?
The one side on one side the next.
Where Rick pointed out where it's obviously no houses.
Makes sense.
Other comments?
When they complain, I'm going to say Miss Neats made that decision. So.
Say at least we have parking.
Out here. Any other comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay, is lunch here? Break and be back at 8.2.
We actually have public hearing right after lunch. So.
Oh, yes, we do. At 1 o'clock, we do have a public hearing. Thank you.
Aaron.
The conference is now in presentation mode.
We're back from lunch recess. Good afternoon. I will now declare the public hearing open as of 1:02 p.m. I would ask that administration read into the record the councilors and staff attending the meeting. Members of the public making submissions will be asked to introduce themselves at the time of the submission. Andrew?
Okay, so I have myself, Andrew Brushek, Director of Municipal Services, Nikki Thorstensen, Director of Communications, Kara McKenzie, Development Officer, Jacinta Donovan, the Director of Planning Services, Marlene Hansen, Executive Assistant, Rick Green, Director of Public Works, Yvette Cassidy, Chief Administrative Officer. And then from our council, we have our Reeve, Larry Clark, Councillor Ernie Gender, Councillor Shree Neitz, Councillor Wayne Nixon, Councillor Les Stolberg, and Councillor James Nyberg.
Thank you. I will now ask that administration read the nature of the proposed amendment into the record.
The councils of Camrose County, Lacombe County, County of Stettler, the Summer Village of Roshan Sands, and the Summer Village of White Sands have recognized the need to cooperate in the planning of future land use and development around their shared municipal boundary. The purpose of this bylaw is to make administration updates to the Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan. The primary changes to the document include new definitions, clarification of administrative processes, and rearranging the document to make it easier to read. The update does not change growth node areas, density, uses, or other amendments that substantially change the intent of the Buffalo Lake IDP. Pursuant to Section 631(1) of the Municipal Government Act, the councils give notice that they intend to update the Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan and have given first reading to the bylaw. The County of Stettler will hold a virtual public hearing for Bylaw 163720, the Buffalo Lake IDP, on Wednesday, August the 12th at 1 p.m. To join the meeting by teleconference, dial 1-800-309-2350, conference ID 1529205. Anyone affected by the amendments to the Buffalo Lake IDP may make written submissions before 12 p.m. Tuesday, August 11, 2020, to the County of Stettler's Planning Department, Post Office Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, T0C2LO, or by email to jdonovan@stetlercounty.ca. Copies of the Buffalo Lake IDP, along with a summary of the proposed changes, are available on the county website at www.stetlercounty.ca under public notices. For inquiries, please contact the county's Planning Development Department at 403-742-4441. Each partner municipality will hold a public hearing in their respective community. Anyone affected by the Buffalo Lake IDP may also make written submissions to the appropriate municipality by the deadline listed below. Once all the public hearings are complete, the Buffalo Lake IDP Committee will convene to determine if any changes are required prior to the municipalities considering final approval of the Buffalo Lake IDP. So the public hearings are held at Lacombe County on September the 10th, in the County of Stettler today. Summer Village of Roshan Sands was yesterday, August the 11th at 6 p.m. Summer Village of White Sands, August the 15th at 9 a.m. Camrose County, August the 11th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Jacinta. The rules of conduct for this public hearing shall be as follows. Written submissions shall be tabled first and read into the record. Verbal submissions shall be considered second. To present verbally, please call into the meeting. Instructions for doing so can be found on the cover page of the agenda package and on screen now on your YouTube broadcast. Verbal submissions shall be limited to 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speaker after each presentation for clarification purposes. There shall be no debate between participants through the public hearing. Any question from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. I will now call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw. Okay, there is no written submissions. Okay. I will now call for any written submissions. There was none whatsoever in opposition for the proposed bylaw.
No written oppositions.
I will now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please press *5 on your phone now.
And we will we'll wait 5 minutes to give anyone an opportunity to press *5 on their phone or to connect to the meeting in progress. And just as a note, if there are general comments or anything, there's not a position in the hearing for neutral comments, so you sort of have to choose in favor or opposed. So at any point is neutral.
While we're waiting for the 5 minutes, if I could ask administration, was there anything that came out of the other areas? I realize that Lacombe hasn't, but we have had, I think all our other member partners have already dealt with it. Was there anything that came back to administration from those public hearings? Or do they even know? Maybe they didn't let us know.
Again in September, and all the comments will come forward at that meeting.
No, I didn't know if you'd heard something back already. Thank you.
Haven't had any feedback to date.
Opposition or
I will call for any verbal submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in opposition to the proposed bylaw, please press *5 on your phone now. Once again, it will be 5 minutes.
I do have a caller here that I'll now unmute. There we go. And caller, if you can start by introducing yourself, and then you have 5 minutes.
Hello?
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Justin Stevens. I guess I would be in the neutral category as opposed to the opposed. To begin with, I will try and keep this brief. I know how some counselors can only keep an open mind for a couple minutes. I will try to keep this down to only speaking once, as this received many complaints when I spoke twice at a previous public hearing. I would like to, however, remind the counselors that did the complaining that I followed their procedural bylaws, and they are the only ones that have the ability to change their hearing bylaws. So perhaps they should change their rules instead of becoming upset with the people that follow them. I, however, didn't realize that I would need to pull up the bylaws and show them to 4 separate county reps in order to prove that I was allowed to speak a second time. I feel obligated to speak at this public hearing after a county rep the echo's throwing me off here. At the previous of Paradise Shores in the process of being amended from 168 to 325 if a major review is required to perform such a task. Why are they still getting special rules? The developer has openly stated that 350 would not make his development viable. So what purpose does it serve the county and ratepayers allowing 325? Will that not just increase the risk to the county and ratepayers and leaseholders by allowing some expansion without making it viable? At a previous council meeting, it was discussed the Haydens would like to develop a handful of lots, but these changes could not take place without a major review. Why a handful can't be developed without a major review, but hundreds can, leaves me confused. Recently, there's been a lot of concern regarding traffic, speed limits, etc., both in county subdivisions and summer villages. Would the parties agree to at least explore some fashion of walking trails? I believe if the residents and users of the lake area were given an alternative option to walking on the roadways, that this would most likely alleviate many of the concerns. With the current budget situation, I realize this won't happen quickly, but at least if there was a common plan to work towards, we could see incremental adaptation over time. Throughout the IDP, the rural lake lifestyle is commonly referenced. I would like the IDP to more clearly define the rural lake lifestyle. If it is still the intent to not negatively affect the rural lake lifestyle, it would be great to know what constitutes that statement. Would the parties entertain the idea of adding a requirement for bonds on large commercial developments? At some point, we should admit that we can't be fooled more than 2 times in a row. Previously, I inquired about whether the increased tax base from the development would be greater than the services the county would have to pay for that development. I was told this cannot be used as a factor in approving or disapproving a development permit. I am unsure of the legalities around this, but it would go a long way in alleviating ratepayers' concerns if it could be included as a factor. Maybe this can be accomplished in usage agreements with further future developments to help compensate the county for costs incurred for services. Recently, there was alarming findings of feces at the lake, some of it being animal/bird origin and some showing human origin. It has long been rumored that a minority of cabins had questionable septic systems. It would be nice if we could somehow allow greater enforcement to protect the long-term health of the lake. In speaking to a friend who grew up on a lake in Ontario, they had a double check in place that seems cost-effective to the municipalities to enforce. Each year when they paid their property taxes, they needed to provide proof of at least one septic haul and dumping from their lot. This may not be a perfect solution, but I think it would be a step in the right direction with minimal effects on the municipality for enforcement.
Justin, could you wrap up too? You're over your 5 minutes right now.
Okay, sounds good. And lastly, I've heard that there is some fundraising for emergency services on the lake. This is very important to me and would like to participate in fundraising for that if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Are there any questions or clarification from council? Seeing none, do we have any other requests for verbal presentation?
There's no other requests that have been raised at this moment, but as there's other callers on the line, I'd remind that pressing *5 on your phone will virtually raise your hand and indicate to us that you wish to speak. Seeing no other comments.
Other comments? I would ask if our development officer has any presentation to give clarification to the public hearing. Cinda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to speak to Mr. Stevens' comments, the density reduction that we are requesting is within the Buffalo Lake South Shore IDP. These amendments are in the Buffalo Lake IDP, and the density proposed for the campground complies with the 0.9 density in the Buffalo Lake IDP. This is why there was no density proposed or changes to the density. Further, the questioning also regarding the Mr. Hayden's development, the reason that there was an issue with the number of lots on the property is because currently it is within the limited development area, whereas the campground is in a future development area. So this is the reason that there are different densities on those properties. And as far as the rural link, other comments, the bonds is something that we can look at in the future. It's not something that would be in our Buffalo Lake IDP. It would be something that we could put in another document that we would. And septic systems as well. We already have in our Buffalo Lake IDP a requirement for any new development that they install a holding tank within 800 meters of the lake. So most of the subdivisions are required to have holding tanks, and that's something that's been in part of that document for many years. And I think that's all I have as far as commenting on his comments.
Are there any questions of clarification from council? Seeing none, thank you, Jacinda. Seeing no other submissions or questions, I will now declare the public portion of the public hearing closed at 1:20. Thank you.
It's a choice of council whether you want to move on to the bylaws right away or if you wanted to resume the order of the day.
Your call, Mr. Chairman. Lead us down the narrow path.
Go back to where we were on our agenda was 8.2. Memo, removal of shoulder accumulations, page 35 of our package.
At the July meeting, we discussed road maintenance, and we discussed, trying to reshape some roads, get the grass off the sides of it because it holds water. They tend to flatten out. I'll let Rick speak to this in a minute. We've had some different results in different areas. Of course, I think some of that has to do with what kind of ditches we have in those areas. How much grass is growing along the side of the road. We had some grader operators that were, doing about an inch, 2 inches at a time on my road or a couple of roads close to where I live. That's what they've done. It's coming off every time they grade. It's looking good. There's a little bit of grass that comes along the side of the road, dries in 2 days, even with all the rain, and then blows away. But down in the Bymore Indiang area, not a lot of really good constructed ditches in that area, and also got a little aggressive. So Les brought it to our attention, and I think Les wants to speak to it also. So that's actually a couple days after it was done, right? It's flattened out quite a bit. There's also some other pictures further down. I asked Rick for a memo on this, basically stating what had happened and how we were going to remedy the situation. And as you can see, Les had to kind of jump some piles of grass to get to his hayfield. Maybe we should have bailed that. Les. Yeah. Rick, do you want to speak to this first?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the part of the discussions we've been having, and I know, we had an internal discussion with you guys at July council meeting, I believe it was, about getting a little bit more aggressive with the roads and getting these lips and valleys and troughs and everything cut off them. So the instructions went out immediately after that meeting to let's start inching into this stuff and reversing the trend as fast as possible without making a mess. And generally everybody got it. We just had a couple of, what's the right word of that used there? A little bit of difference of opinion on where it goes. And honestly, what I saw down in Les's area is really what I would like to see regardless. I mean, that's where we need to go. We need to get aggressive with these things if we want to get the roads draining. That said, there has to come with a plan of what we're going to do and when we're going to do it, because it may not have been the right time to go quite that hard. But as far as the road surface goes, I really like the result. The ditches, it's going to take a winter for that stuff really to get away properly and build itself into the side slopes, but it will disappear. The other thing I wanted to mention as part of the memo is we're setting up an area just south of here between Highway 56 and 850 on 38.4 and 38.2, where we've had a lot of different issues with the road grades through that whole area. We've also had some acreages in there that it's going to take a different touch, and we're going to use that as a very close area and allow a few people with some different ideas to go out there and try different things to see if we can get these roads shaped up, narrowed up, restructured, and looking better. And I wanted to do it someplace where I know the councillor, for instance, in that area wants us to do more of getting rid of these things, and I figured he'd be a little more tolerant of it. And we also want to make it so it's very visible and easy to go look at when we have to, and very easy for me or Dan or anybody to run out in a grader for a few hours and go work on something as we get time, rather than have to worry about going too far away to get at something and waste a whole day on it if we're not ready for it. Subsequent to writing the memo, I've been trying to blade a few roads myself as well, and we tried an experiment this year with 1.5-inch gravel, pounding it into some road grades, doing general areas with it, and it's actually turned out a lot better than I thought it would. I tried blading 202, the White Sands Road last Thursday, and I killed a set of blades in about half a mile. That road is so tough now. It's shaped up good, it's draining good. It gets a little rough, but something I'd like to talk to you guys about going forward is possibly graveling for a couple of years with the 1.5 inch and getting it worked into these grades and toughening them back up again. I think it's, well,
somewhere doing a dance right now, you know that.
But it's not just up at the lake or the areas that Joe was talking about. Is a lot of the issues we're dealing with are areas that have been carved through cutting washboard and material being pulled away and the cap being removed from the road. I'd really like to work on getting aggressive with the rebuilding a structure one way or the other, and that might be a faster way, and the cost actually could be a little bit less than the 3/4 inch gravel, depending on where we got it and when we got it crushed. That we might be able to get these roads toughened up quite a bit over a couple of years by focusing on that rather than the 3/4. So we are going to try and do a few things here and have an appreciable change on how the roads are maintained and what we're doing. And a lot of this is going in with how we're dealing with the grader beats and the staff on the grader beats and who's doing what. There's a lot of things going on sort of beneath the scenes right now, or behind the scenes, on how we're operating, and we're trying different things. And where we're getting the good results, like Ed had mentioned, where we're going, a couple of inches at a time. If we can gain, even over the course of 1 year, instead of the road widening out by 5 inches, but narrowing up by 5 inches, we're going to reverse the trend instead of making it worse over the next 5 years. So these are some of the things we need to get at. And as that material narrows in, comes back up, we toughen up the roads, we get the cross section back in it and the grade up a little bit higher, and then make sure it doesn't happen again. Then we should be able to start moving forward in a much more cost-effective way. But what I've been seeing about the 1.5 inches, just for you guys to think about before we get into budget time, because I'd have to think that way at budget time, is I think we'd be able to blade the roads a lot less if we get the same result that I've been getting out of the ones we tried this year. In a lot of cases, that road gets so hard that it's pointless to blade it. You'll go down and you'll pull the shoulders in where they're a little bit looser and pull the rocks back in and work them back in. But that's a lot faster than trying to work that whole road top and work things out of it like washboard and potholes and whatnot. So the roads that I'm seeing that have worked well are working really well, and I think they've been taking a lot less maintenance as well once we've got at it. So some more discussions I have on that, and to that end, Ed Bed had asked me to write a bit of a memo, and I did go over the top on the discussion. What she wanted mostly was, what are you going to do with these lumps down the side of the roads in Les's area? But I'm trying to take the opportunity to open a discussion in general about what we're trying to do and try and garner some support and additional ideas of how we're going to get where we need to get to in a cost-effective, timely manner. So the roads drain better, the roads are harder, tougher, take the traffic better, don't washboard up as bad, and hopefully will become cheaper to maintain down the road. In the instance of that stuff, it's going to take a little bit of time to pick it up, roll it around, shake all the cobwebs out of it basically, and get the grass only back into the ditch. Most of that stuff on those shoulders was one shoulder getting carried across to the other shoulder where he left it, and then over a period of time he'll work it side to side. It'll shake it loose and get all the gravel back out of it, get the clods out of it, and it'll land in the ditch and just be fine over the course of the winter. Just takes a little bit of time. It'd take a lot less time if it had only been a couple of inches, but sometimes you ask for an inch and you get a foot. That's life. Mr. Stolberg?
I would just like to offer a few comments, and I mean, I took a lot of flack over this, and I don't mind, and but it was largely on the timing of it, and I had no complaints with most of my roads holding water. There was one area where it held water, and of course they cut the other side and didn't cut that part out anyway. And that's some of the comments I heard. If you got a problem area, cut that area, at this time of year. And then the biggest thing I heard, the timing was all wrong. It was late in the year. We had tremendous top growth. We had tremendous root growth, and it was really wet in my area. And these lumps were huge, and I was worried about the safety part. Like, how do you move machinery down that and meet somebody? Like, where do you go with it? And the thing is, on this road, that a lot of the pitches that I took where it is so incredibly high, I mean, that was not work back and forth and shake the gravel out. And the thing is, there might have been gravel in that grassy area, but it drug more gravel with it as it went across the road, and that was all pushed into the ditch. That whole 2 miles went into the ditch there. On the other roads I see that were less huge, they have been worked back and forth some. I got a call from a ratepayer. I said, why don't you mulch it before you, because if it goes back to the other side, it's going to take gravel to the other side too. So that was an option, I guess, and he asked me to bring it forward, but before the next day I drove and it had already been pushed into the ditch, so that was a moot point. With this year being so wet, it cut deeper than the blade. It was tearing sod below the blade. So it was like really too wet and too well rooted. The comments that I fielded were, it should be done earlier in the year. And the other comments was, sure, we go through this mess and everybody's willing to take short-term pain for long-term gain, but then it's never kept out to where it was cut anyway. So in a few years, you're right back to where you were. So these are the comments that I fielded. And, I think if you want your grader guys to be more aggressive, you got to define aggressive because everybody reads it differently.
We did. It's just, that one got
a different picture in his head. And quite honestly, I mean, once it's messed up, there's no, quick bullet to just fix it, and it's going to take a bit of time to.
That's,
that said,
field.
the keeping it the way we leave it, that's going to be the next challenge, and that's going to be the test of time. We're not going to do things the way we've always done things. I mean, the goal is going to be get the roads into shape, get them hard, get them crowned, get them draining, and then don't let it happen again. And a lot of the things I've been working on myself when I'm out running a grader is figuring out the placement of blades and what we can do to make sure that we're creating these tabletops in proper crown rather than odd shapes of material on the wrong side of the road, and sorting out the logistics of how it's going to happen so we can make sure that as we have our conversation going forward, it doesn't keep happening. Like, we don't want to go in there and just make somebody happy here for a year or so, and then exactly right, 4 years down the road, it's like we hadn't even talked. The goal here is to get there and stay there.
That's the thing. Like, I'm more interested in having some crown so it can drain off, because if it can't get to the edge, there's no hope of it draining. And like I say, I've been happy generally with my roads in my area. They've been working hard and getting the crowns, and there hasn't been water on them in the middle or at the edges, basically. So I was happy with that, and I did shudder when the council decided to go more aggressive this time of year, because I knew something bad was going to likely happen, and it did. But I mean, we'll get through it. It's just, I guess it's a learning thing. And I don't know. I don't know if you're trying to save gravel, that didn't happen there for sure.
Oh, and it definitely wasn't what any of us expected. It's just one of those things that happened, and now we got to.
No, I understand. And I guess another comment I forgot to mention is someone said, well, when the grader guy did it, he should have perhaps checked with you or someone in your department and with pictures and said, is this what you want? So rather than do so many miles of it that way.
Well, I think we all know that, the area that you're in down there is a little farther away, and it's probably a little harder for the supervisors to get down there as regularly. And that's probably the thing is the instructions of what we wanted did go out. But you're right. I don't think there was a checkup on it.
But I didn't
expect that supervisory staff to deal with is the logistics of how to get it where it is or want it.
Pictures in, but maybe he should have done it sooner before he had so much done. And then you could say, okay, a little less aggressive for the first pass or whatever.
We get that, and honestly, he did so much. He obviously thought he was getting it right. So
okay, it's fine. But I mean, the thing is, I think where the problems are, where there's visibly water laying at the side of the road. That's where, even if you haven't been instructed to do it, there's reversing those graders back up, do that shoulder there, and do your rest the way you've been doing it.
And that said, honestly, one of the things I've really noticed talking to the guys over the last number of years is all the mixed messages, whether it's direction from council, direction from supervisory staff, direction from the CAO, different ones potentially. Over the years, it's everybody gets gun shy. Right? They're afraid to do anything that might be good. They're afraid to do anything that might be bad. My personal preference is I'd rather see somebody trying stuff and taking the risk of making a mess on occasion to try and get where we need to go, and then dealing with the consequences if we have to. And yeah, we're going to get a few negatives. That said, I like the fact that something changed when we asked for it to change. Unfortunately, it just wasn't exactly what I'd asked for.
What you had in mind.
It's happening is a good thing. Most everybody else got the little bits that we'd asked for. This one just got a little bit, well, a lot farther, to be honest, I guess. But I'm glad to see that it's actually happening, because it tells me we got people's attention and we've got their efforts back into thinking their way through stuff and trying stuff and hopefully improving the roads, not just maintaining the status quo.
Going forward from this, I think we do have to learn that in the middle of summer when it's wet isn't the time to do it. It's got to start in the first half of the season, not the last half. I mean,
well, if you're going to go that aggressive, sure, but I've done a lot of stuff where I've been able to roll the blade forward, put pressure on that grass, and scuff gravel off it, even with the tall grass, and it just bends the grass over and get some gravel out of it. And if we're going to do things like that, I'd rather see it done that way and try and work it a different way and then start inching out so we can get some gravel back, get our width changed. Just, I guarantee you, I know exactly what happened there. I mean, that was You're only talking that much probably when you first set your blade down, depth-wise, and it can get away on you in a big hurry, especially when it's that wet. It just rolls up, and the volume's there. It's never as bad as it looks, but the volume's there for sure right out of the gate because it balls up that fast. I mean, you can take, I know I did that little bit by your place there, and that was, the first pass was like that, and it was like taking a 1970 shag carpet up. It just, wow, did that ever go? Well, if we're going to do some, let's do some more, right?
Because I guess we learn from this experience.
That said, from our perspective on the road maintenance side, this is not a problem for me, right? We can run the grader down those slopes and we can knock it down. A lot of those slopes are real steep and it's going to help build a bit of slope that makes it safer. It's just not cosmetically good. And yeah, you shouldn't have left the larger lumps there. But if that stuff were to get worked in, personally, I would have no problem with that being a program all over the county if that's what everybody wanted to see happen, because we're achieving something where we hadn't been before. We're getting rid of that material was sitting on the road. It didn't belong there, right? But yeah, I get it. That wasn't exactly what we asked for. But I was actually pretty happy to see it happen, other than the phone calls we got.
I guess, but it still, where the water was laying, this water's still laying. And 99% of the problem, there was no problem. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it almost, because there was no water on the roads.
Well, the water laying isn't necessarily a function of exactly on the shoulder. The instructions were go after the shoulders a little bit at a time. A lot of where the water's sitting is where there's soft spots in the road, and the grader's going to roll and cut more and roll and cut more and just keep water there. You have to make multiple passes to get that out of it and get that thing tabletopped again. And, we're back at that. We only got so much time and so much manpower, and there's not enough hours in a day to get it all done, once again, with one bullet, right?
And back to the discussion of the one ratepayer has said, why don't you like disc it or mulch it or something? Does the county have anything that they could just bust all, if they do get aggressive like that, just to smash them up, small fines that can be bladed, or do we not have anything that could do that?
I don't know. We, potentially could have run the rototiller down there, either rototiller or the mulching head on the skid steer, but, then we're at something else has to stop to make this happen. And quite honestly, most of that, once it's smoothed out a little bit, is going to lay in the ditch just fine. And it's only really a cosmetic issue, nothing else.
With the gravel that went all in the ditch, because it wasn't just the gravel in the pull, it was the gravel that took with it to the edge, because you can see in the pictures there's lots of gravel, those sods.
And a lot of that you're not going to get out of it. I mean, once that stuff's eating the gravel, it's in it, it's topsoily, it's organic, and a lot of it you're not going to want back on the road anyways. As you're cutting a lot of that stuff, you can see layers, because it may have happened over a number of years where there'd be a bit of gravel, then there'd be a bit of black dirt on top of it, and then some sod, and then some more gravel. It's layered in there in a lot of cases. However, if that road was just recently graveled, which looked like it had a good shot of gravel on it, a lot of the gravel, when he worked it across the road rather than leaving it on the same side, that might be one of the conversation items about, do we need to pull it all the way across the road, or could we have worked it on the same side?
So I was wondering too,
right?
If you're not going to harvest the gravel from it, if you're just trying to get rid of material, sod or whatever, maybe it would be better just to pitch it in that ditch when you're going that way, and then when you're coming back, put it in that ditch so you're not taking good gravel with it.
When I've done stuff like that, I peeled the gravel over first, then I brought the stuff up on the road, I played with it for a bit, put it back in the same ditch, brought the gravel back over. Once again, I'm going to be an 8 to 10 pass guy on that, where I'm sure this was a couple, 3 passes and he was gone. So a lot of that, I think, comes down to the time they're willing to put into it at the time. And, yeah, no question, it got aggressive, and it did a lot, and the time was not spent preparing the road in the first place and putting the work into it. It was just cutting shoulders. Right?
Out there for quite some time, and it was never worked back. It was just pushed over. Yep. But, I just wanted to, so it's hard to describe it to council so they can actually see. So that's why I took the pictures, just to see if that's what they were instructing administration to do.
If we do look for the silver lining, we're getting change. And in my mind, the fact that something's happening, even if it's negative, we learn our boundaries a little bit. If it is more of a cosmetic issue than anything, if people don't like the cosmetics, that's fine, because I've done that in a few other spots as well, and I've got the cosmetics. I've also done exactly the same thing and got the, hey, that's great. How come you didn't do another half mile? Right? So a lot of it is opinion based on what you do or don't like to see. But when it comes down to it, I mean, the goal here is to shape roads, make them hard, make them drain, and make them safe. And I'm glad myself to see a change when we asked for it, because that change has never come before. You can talk to your blue in the face, and things didn't change.
But he was instructed not to continue doing that, right? As far as I know.
Well, he hasn't since then, has he? Okay.
Well, how has that changed though? If it's just momentarily.
Well, he's also been on holidays a fair bit since then, so.
Whatever.
Plus, I think the message came loud and clear that the ratepayers in your area aren't happy with it right now. So probably we'll wait till we get the sides of the road mowed. Maybe we can start again, or we wait till.
And that was another big issue. So, like, why wouldn't they wait until they got the? Like, there are places where it wasn't cleaned away perfectly. They're gonna have fun mowing that too. But that was another comment, right? Why didn't they wait till after mowing or whatever?
Well, the plan that was envisioned wasn't that heavy, so mowing it wasn't going to be sketched out.
It turned out like.
Pass some gravel or mixture up and haul it onto the berm out of Delphi's Pond. Two problems solved at once. Plus you get a little drainage created, so.
Believe it or not, on our section that we're trying out here, that's one of the things I wanted to do is clear a stretch of road, take a half mile, pull it all up, and see how long it takes me to just pick it up and haul it someplace compared to just packing it in the ditch. So there's a lot of different ideas, and that one exactly is what can we do with that stuff when we pull it off the shoulders of the road, because it does make a bit of a mess in the ditch sometimes. So we will try some different things and just see how economical it gets for sure. And yeah, it'd be nice to be able to fix up Belky's Pond, but I guess we need a little bit of cooperation first. So
that was just a smart ass comment.
Yeah.
Well, I get it. I like it.
Like, people weren't upset just cosmetically. I mean, they had no problem driving over lumps of grass on the road to improve the road, but this was a bit much.
And yeah, unfortunately, it just happened. So.
No, I understand.
Give it a good winter and knock the heck out of it for a bit and get some snow weight on it and grass growing through it next year, and you won't even know it was there.
All I ask is if once you got it out there, stay out there. We don't have to build it up and go through it again.
In the approaches.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up and dump it in front of the administration building, but I'm not that kind of guy.
Well, quite honestly, I mean, tongue in cheek, that could have actually been balled up on somebody's farm implement while they were trying to drive down the road, and that's just where it came off to.
A couple of comments. No, you're not. If you're putting it in a truck, it's coming and being put on my roads, because I see this beautiful clay in there that you have a lot down there. I have sand. So, and I think that's one thing that administration has to do, and I'm sure you have. There is a difference of soil types between, say, my area and Les's area. In my area, this works actually really, really well. From what I've seen, you can do 2 miles and push it in the ditch, and that sand just disappears. Not so much in your area. So, but I could use some extra to clay. So if you're going to ball it up, I see there's some gravel in there too, so that'll work. Just a comment on the 1.5 inches. And this is an observation. It's anecdotal. I'm not going to say that it's scientific by any means. One thing the 1.5 inches does is it does change traffic patterns. People will avoid driving on certain roads because of the 1.5 inches, and it is hard on tires, motorbike tires. Just somebody might have an issue with that. I don't know. Motorbike tires, but definitely small cars and little vans.
Loose, you're right. Once it works in, the road gets pretty good.
Goes to my next comment. What I would, and I know we're in a budgetary restraints and capital purchases are tough. I am still advocating that we buy one packer for the back of a grader, and when we put that 1.5 inches down, we pack it in. I think it works. I think it works really well. That hardened up that road that you did that experiment in my area. But it took a lot of work to get it packed in. So I honestly think that if we like you're saying, you're working it back in and then could pack it down with a grader, and that one grader kind of works that particular projects. I think it'll work really well. It's getting from point A to point B in the timeline that it's driving over that 1.5 inches is tough. Like it's even in my half ton, it is a very much a noticeable difference.
I think what we found up at the lake, and those are the ones I was looking at, being White Sands Road and then 40-4 off of 56. Probably the traffic volumes help pack that in more than anything, because they were driving up there to the White Sands and whatnot, rain or shine every weekend and massive amounts of traffic, and you'd go in there on Monday and see what it did to the road, and every weekend the gravel would be pushed out and be bare, but all the rain and then all the traffic really knitted into those roads really fast compared to your area is still fairly loose.
And I'm just saying, if you could pack it, even at the 40-4 and up at White Sands Road, I think if you packed it, you would have a better result. Maybe you wouldn't have to work it as much because it would stay put. Yeah. When it's loose, it does move, and I mean, it's just the way that it is. So just a comment on observation on my part.
We could actually try, and we might, when we're actually spreading gravel in the gravel program, when we go to 1.5 inches, if that's what we end up doing, is we could potentially throw an 815 pad foot behind the spread grader, make sure it's watered or wet, which we did water some of that stuff up the lake as well when we were working it in, and that might set it up that much quicker.
Do you rent one of those packers on the back of a grader?
I can see if there's one available somewhere, but
wondering, even if it's not even a rental, let's try it as a test drive.
I was not sure they put as much. Like the one that we were talking about was a wobbly, and what a wobbly does is it creates an opportunity for the fines to come up and seal, right? So I'm not sure in that environment if it's going to have enough down pressure to do it, because normally with a wobbly, it
versus
to get you where you're going, you don't just hit it once and walk away from it.
Maybe it is a case that we rent it then, or lease it for a little bit just to see if it works, because I don't want to spend big bucks and not have it work.
That's it. I mean, my feeling is that if the road's moist enough for something to work into it, and you put a pad foot on it, the pad foot's gonna dimple things into the road better. What we don't want to do is crush the gravel back down to 1/2 inch though. So there's probably a delicate balance in there somewhere.
Mr. Gender?
Say I'll have to commend you on the way that you have opened up everyone's eyes. It is not our job nor to direct you on how to do it. Every road will be differently approached on how it's going to be done. But I really believe that there's going to be kind of a different direction on saving our roads for the future, on maintaining them. We have never really had a policy on how to maintain roads, but we do have policies on how to build roads. And this is something that has gotten to be very closely monitored to you and say, okay, now you're taking it on, say, this is how we're going to maintain roads. And I really appreciate that.
Mr. Stolberg?
A question on your, for the 1.5 inch gravel, your intention would be for problem areas and maybe more newly constructed areas, or generally throughout the county to go 1.5 inches?
Well, no, I was thinking more general. However, I've heard loud and clear that Les doesn't like 1.5 inches. So luckily we have gravel in the ASD pit to service him from. When I was thinking about what I needed for next year, if we continue with 3/4, I need to crush. Crushing costs money. I have 150,000 ton of 1.5 inches down at Stormont, that if we carried on, we could save a bit of cash flow that way, and potentially, near as I can figure, toughen these roads up, most of them up from there. I've also got a bunch up north as well. So that's kind of where my head was going, is I was getting ready to convince Yvette I needed to crush gravel, and it was going to cost money. Then I looked at the inventory, and then I looked at the results and went, 1 + 1 = 2 pretty fast. And
can I just stand it in areas that are soft and causing problems and not stabilizing and whatever, but generally speaking, 1.5 inches is not user friendly for vehicles.
Does slow traffic down, which I like. And yeah, it's just
stops it at all costs. They just don't drive.
50 miles from
itself might be a savings to the road, right? So once it's worked in, it seems to be making a good crusted surface a lot faster than anything. And where it is weak, we lose a 3/4 real fast, right? As you know, we've talked about that in a few of your spots before where it was just gravelled last year and they're asking for gravel again. But those are spots that have lost their cap, that for one reason or another it's been cut through, material's been moved out of it, and you put 3/4 on, it just disappears for a strain and a bit of traffic. Where the 1.5" seems a lot more buoyant, and then as it's working into those things, it's crusting over nicely, and a lot of that'll be shaped too. If we can keep the crown built, the spec on the 1.5" is a little bit different as well. It's got more of the blend of fines in it, I guess, in our clean 3/4. So, and I think that's one of the reasons we lose a 3/4 a lot faster in the bad spots is it's so clean it just disappears. And I'm hoping that our gravel down at bridges there that we did last year by removing all the natural fines and only living with the manufactured fines, I've seen it work better already as 3/4. But part of that too is I'm thinking about the next round of crushing when we do 1.5" in a couple of years, where maybe there's an opportunity to do something different with that as well and change the fines that are built into that as well and see if we can get a better product.
We've had, I feel, really good success with the 1.5" and the soft spots. And we've had a lot, like I remember a couple years ago on the Fritz Hill Road, east of 56, we had quite a few soft spots that were popping up, usually with sloughs on both sides of the roads. We built the 1.5" and we had great luck. We're now seeing those soft spots come up, and I think it's because it's been so wet throughout. And so I'd like to see us try again with the 1.5" to keep, to kind of bind those soft spots. And then Rick's right, your 1.25" or 3/4 inch gravel doesn't disappear. He got me to slow down. Like when I go to the lake, it's 20 kilometers an hour. Like I think there's something wrong with the truck, but it's the 1.5", and I think budget wise, I think the Packer is if we can swing it, seeing how devastating effects we get left with, I think it would go a long way with the maintenance of a road, because the only road building I think we're going to be able to look at is if it comes with a grant, and those are going to be basically our capital improvements to our water or our roads. The rest is going to be, we're going to be fighting to maintain our equipment and keep our maintenance. But there's not a lot of high traffic areas in your division, Les. So I think like Balky's Pond, we've been seeing those soft spots. I don't think it would. Maybe we should try some 1.5".
I agree 100% on those problem areas.
And then maybe just because then the ratepayers down there are pretty supportive, and most of all, and then we can just work with what they're the most comfortable with. Is some of those roads are in excellent shape down there. I mean, I've gone down a bit.
There's a lot of clay roads that are solid, and it just doesn't seem to. You can't pound that 1.5" in there, and you drive over it really rough for a long time before you can.
Problem with the clay, though, I mean, it reacts so much to the water that all it takes is a little bit of rain, and you get that kind of penetration into it, and sliding turns into what looks like a big rut, but it's not. It's always only, unless you had an actual soft spot where you sink an axle into it, what looks like rutting isn't rutting. It's just stuff moving around side to side because it is clay and sloppy that way. So you're right. I mean, a clay road is generally a lot tougher if it's got good clay quality in it. It's just a little unserviceable when it's wet. So
that's why I was just going. Some of the roads in my area are still elevator grader roads, and they're good. Most areas of the county are poor, but they're because we have no topsoil.
That too, yeah.
And with clay right away, and they actually are really solid. Never give a problem.
Are you bragging or complaining, Mr.?
We've dug into a couple of spots up here lately where into the old elevator grader roads, and you're talking 3/4 of a meter of stuff, which tells me, I mean, there was half of that essentially already there, and the other half came from the ditch when they threw the first cut up there to make the 3/4 of a meter. But that's a lot of stuff you got to bridge over, and X number of years since it was capped in the first place, and the caps all wore off. I mean, there's nothing holding that road up. So, and unfortunately, Mr. Nyberg's got a lot of those roads. So,
Councillor Gender, we're just coming into where our delegations are. Is this a short comment?
gravel on a road, the dust is going to be the first one to fly off and create those dips on the shoulders of the roads. So if we can put more gravel into it, we are paying for gravel being, or product being put onto the road. We're being paid for paying someone to haul the screenings. It should be left in the pit. We should be hauling more gravel onto it. So I'm very pleased that we are changing direction. Yes, we do have a lot of stockpiles of already gravel that was specs in the past, but we have to gradually sort and sift through that where we can use it and then utilize more gravel. But in time, let's see where there are specs that require better quality of gravel. I don't mind paying for quality.
I think you're right, and a lot of that does come from natural fines, and you're right, it does end up on the shoulder because as you blade the road, it trickles off that way anyways, and with how hard I've seen some of these roads that we put the 1.5 inch on, I mean, you're not cutting into it and moving that stuff over anyway, so it's, you're going to get a lot less of that shoulder buildup in theory, and if we keep the guys from putting it there, anything there, then it should get better slowly.
So that memo we accept for information, or?
Yeah, you can receive that for information if there's a motion.
Motion?
It's Mr. Stolberg that it goes right with his newspaper article they put on here. It's Rick is breaking new creative ground.
Want a motion to receive that for information? Oh, okay.
All in favor? Carried. We should be ready for a delegation.
For a delegation on the line, I'm just going to unmute him now. So on the line is Mr. Roger McNair. Page 5 on your package is a letter, and then a map that was produced by staff, and then following that, some pictures that Mr. McNair provided. And I believe, Mr. McNair, you are unmuted now if you want to take the floor.
Hi. Thanks for hearing me. I'm having a difficulty with a road allowance. I think it's outlined in the letter fairly well. Northwest 1435, 21 west of 4th, southeast, well, it's the northeast and northwest of the section 14, and southeast and southwest, 2335, 21 west of 4th. My property is located a half mile off the 590 highway, and access has always been a bit of a problem. To give a little bit of history on it, myself, the McNair family, and the Stankovich family bought sections of land out there which are separated by that road allowance at the same time. And in order to get the section that I own sold, because of access problems, we made a deal with the Stankovich family to have access and to use their corral. So this was a deal that was in place ever since we owned the land. And it served well for both of us because the people selling the land would not sell Stankovich's their section until the section that I own was sold. So we came to this deal, and it's worked okay for quite a few years. Recently, that land has changed owners. It's now the corrals are owned by Debbie Silbernagel, or Silberstein, sorry. So, needless to say, that old agreement is kind of gone by the way. I do need access to my land one way or the other, and the road, as I said, is not in very good condition. Trident Exploration has had some wells in there, and they have not been very cooperative. Most of you probably already know that they've gone out of business since, I think it was last year. They kind of pounded that road out a little bit more than what it was, so it's not in very good shape at all. And like I say, they were not very cooperative in maintaining the road. But obviously they're not in the picture anymore. Ember Resources has taken over those wells. So yeah, I've sent a couple pictures. When it rains, there's a lot of big puddles on that road. It's wow, it's in pretty rough shape. I think the pictures speak themselves. What I'm looking for is just access. I don't need a really fancy road. I just need reliable access to get in there. Right now, I have to rely on my neighbors to use their corrals to get my cattle onto my land. I couldn't get down there with a cattle ladder. I've never tried. I wouldn't want to try. I also like to get in there with holiday trailers. I do use that property as a recreational property as well. And I always wind up going through my other neighbor's, Doug Shaw's. I always wind up going through his property to get in there. It's just not a situation that really can continue. I need some kind of reliable access to get in there. Also, Darcy Steves, he might possibly be on the line as well. He's kind of in the same situation as I am, as that Stankovich quarter has been divided up into 4 pieces, into quarters. So he's also isolated a half mile off the road. So there's myself, Darcy, and Ember Resources that need access onto that property. The road has quite a few low spots in it that fill up with water. So you have quite a few puddles going on in there, and the clay that's on it is fairly slippery. You probably have a pretty good idea of the kind of clay that's out there. So getting stuck in the holes and sliding off the road, it tends to be a problem. So basically what I'm looking for is some way of getting the holes taken away, some sort of product put on there so you won't be sliding off the road. Another problem with this road allowance is that it does not, the road that is there, the trail that is there, crosses into, I believe it would be Debbie Silverstein's land, going around a pond. So the road allowance would actually be going directly through the pond. So that could be a problem as well. I've always got along with Glenn Stankovich, who was running the land before. I have no reason to believe I won't be getting along with Debbie, but I do need access. So basically, that's in a nutshell. I won't take up much more of your time unless you have some questions.
Is there any questions for Mr. McNair? Councillor Nyberg?
Mr. McNair, do you know what you pay for taxes on that property, the quarter section? Do you have a half section or a quarter there?
I have a section.
Okay, so what do you pay for a quarter section in taxes? Do you know?
I would have to look. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if we could have administration give us a look-see at that. So. And I feel what I hear what you're saying, and I feel for you, and I hope you can understand that we're with the oil and gas industry right now, and Mr. Kenny taking it to us. It's hard for us to budget for much stuff when we don't have the taxes to pay for the upgrades. I mean, in the past, we would send a truck down there with some gravel, dump it in, and we could blade it up, but we are being squeezed beyond belief by this new oil and gas regime that is the provincial government sticking to us, and we just don't have those funds anymore. So if I could, administration, do you have the numbers for us?
Just roughly, quarters in that area, about $200 a year per quarter.
So $200 a year sound about right, Mr. McNair?
I would have to go through my files and get it, but it shouldn't be too far off.
I just hope you can understand our plight as well.
Yeah, I can certainly understand, at the same time, for me, I mean, I am paying taxes. I don't think I'm getting a break because I don't have access by road. I think I'm paying the same amount of taxes as anybody else is. I mean, if right now I'm relying on my neighbors for access. I have investment there. I run cattle, and I mean, my neighbors, not that I would expect that they would, but they do have the potential of pretty much shutting me down. It's not a very good position to be in. So, and like I say, I'm not looking for a 4-lane highway. I'm looking for reliable access. I mean, the county does have equipment. Together with Ember, hopefully there's something, some sort of thing, deal we can come to. Bottom line is, my only source of access is owned by the county, and a small part of it owned by Silberstein, Debbie. I need access. So if
have you spoke
something's got to happen one way or the other.
Have you spoke with Ember?
I have. I've sent them a letter. I let them know that this meeting was going on. I was hoping that they would take part in the meeting, but I'm not sure if they've.
I think they're spending less money than we are.
Pardon?
I think most of the oil companies are spending less money than we are on any improvements in communities right now. So.
Well, I understand your problem. I hope you understand my problem.
Oh, absolutely. But the only thing, Mr. McNair, you do have access. It may not be the greatest access, but you do have access. And I mean,
not the kind of access I need to get a cattle liner in there.
Well, we don't. I mean, if you want to improve that road and you want to develop, you are more than willing to, or more than able to pay to have that road upgraded. But you have, I mean, if you want to have, if I want pavement in front of my house, I can pay to have it done, or I can have oil in front of my house. I can get that done. So that is an option for you.
Councilor Stolberg?
How would the county be involved? Like, are you saying that between me and the oil company that we could simply move in there and build a road?
Answer that. Just speaking. This is Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services speaking. We do have policies that allow the county and individual ratepayers, companies, or otherwise to enter into a road building agreement through a development agreement, I should say. And the county, we do have a policy to provide some assistance with regard to that, both in kind, or mostly in kind, up to $10,000 worth. Through our policy, I think it's Public Works Policy 13. So that's what Councillor Nyberg would be referring to. There would be through agreement, roads can be upgraded by affected individuals.
Okay, what were you saying about the 10,000?
We have a policy. Let me just find it. Yeah, it has to be built to a specific standard, and that's also captured in our policies. But we do have a cost sharing agreement. Our contributions would max out at $10,000 worth, but if it's going to be built up to the appropriate standard, so
which doesn't get you very far, Mr. McNair. Unfortunately, with $10,000 of road building is about, and Mr. Green could probably quote me on this, but would you get about 300 meters of road out of that for $10,000 at the current upgrade? Yeah.
So in order,
okay, you might not even get 300 meters. You might get 200 meters.
It would have to be up to your specs.
Yes, but we would contribute some money towards it. But it has, if you wanted to go the full mile or half mile, whatever it is, we're talking thousands of dollars, and we're only putting in 10,000 of it. So.
Well, I mean, I'm not looking for a road that's up to spec. I'm looking for reliable access.
That's our policy, though.
Is there any way around the policy?
We have different specs, though, as well.
Yeah. Mr. Stolberg?
Mr. McNair, it's Councillor Les Stolberg. I just was wondering, have you approached the new owner yet to see if you could access those corrals as in the past and trail the cattle on that road allowance?
Yes, and she's being cooperative.
Okay.
I suspect that will. I don't see that that's going to be a problem in the near future, but I'm thinking more long term, that having to rely on my neighbors, and I mean, it's not a good situation to be in.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. McNair, Larry Clark on here. We have a lot of land within our county and adjoining counties that are in that same situation. Could be on our county lines also, but it is neighbor agreements that allow people access to get in. To ever be able to get in with a cattle liner to your land, I think when you look at the cost and what type of area it is to build roads in, I don't think at the current economic conditions it would happen. So, but as I say, there's areas throughout our whole county, if you look at our county map, where there's undeveloped road allowances that look very similar to this. And a lot of people, you're on the road with your cattle and moving cattle. I've rode a lot of those roads myself, and that's just the way it's done, you know. So this is you're one landowner that we could have 30 more at the door too. So you have to understand where we're coming from on this too. I understand where you are, but I mean, you have to understand where we are, because this could open a floodgate for us too.
I know the county has moved in with a cat and done a little bit of work a few years ago. They only went as far as where the road veered off into the Stankovich land. Like I say, I'm just looking for access, and I'd ask you to maybe consider just helping out somewhat. If I could get working with Ember, between Ember, the county, and you know, possibly we could get something done. It wouldn't necessarily be building a road. It would be you know, maintaining a trail. I don't know if there's any room for wiggle in that for you, but you know, I guess I'm looking to see if there's anything you can do.
Councillor Gender.
Attorney Gender here, Mr. McNair. Would taking any of the brush out in any of those places, would it assist you?
It would. The biggest issue is the potholes that where it actually holds water. To get a cat in there to fix up those potholes would definitely help. Taking a little bit of brush down. The road is basically built to hold water. So a bit of work in there with a cat would probably make a fair bit of difference. The only problem after that would be the clay can be somewhat slippery, but I mean, that would be an improvement.
Okay, the point that I'm getting at, I believe, I'll just check with our administration, that I believe we have a policy that assists brushing along a road allowance. I'll just have to have that verified.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
At the bus?
Well, you know, while the
Your line has been connected to this conference call for several hours. To continue participating in this conference, press any key on your keypad.
I'd just like to have some decent access.
Sorry, Mr. McNair, we just, our line, a nice British lady came in over it saying we'd been connected for several hours and wanted to make sure we were still connected. If you could back up 30 seconds to a minute and say again.
30 seconds to a minute. I was just saying that I was looking for, I'm like I say, I'm not looking for a major road, a little bit of help. If a cat could move in there and do a bit of work, knock some brush down, and if, you know, some of that dirt wound up in some of the holes, that would certainly help a fair bit. I am hoping Ember Resources is going to get involved in this at one point or another. I'm disappointed that they didn't bother calling in, but that's oil and gas companies.
And also, I just have to in with Ember. They would be limited access on those sites. It'd be a shallow gas site that they took over. That had been a Trident site, so part of their whole operation is to only be taking equipment in and out. On paper, taking equipment in and out when the road's dry enough to do so. So that would be probably one of their reasonings why this road is in that condition too.
Well, I haven't really dealt with Ember yet. I was dealing with Trident, and Trident was not very easy to deal with.
It used to be easier to deal with back in their heyday, and they would send the odd grader down that road. Well, it's a road allowance, and it's owned by the Queen, and it's there to provide access to the land. Unfortunately, it doesn't define the type of access; it just defines access. We do assist with brushing only when there's a road there, and it's breaking down the integrity of the road. This is a trail. I can't see where we would move in to do any brushing in this area because there's no road to maintain.
Applying to the county for an assistance on whether taking out fence line brushing or something like that.
Up to the maximum of $750, which is
a mile.
A mile.
That does specify on a developed road allowance.
Is there any other councilors with comments? Mr. McNair, we're trying to look through. We'll look through this, but I mean, right now, as I said, we have a lot of areas within our county that where people have to have the good neighbor policy in place, and that is access. And there's I know in my area and with Councillor Stillberg's, there's areas between us that there's miles and miles and miles where there's not a road to really drive on other than just a dirt trail. So, and a lot of pasture in that. So, if we do anything here, we have to be prepared to open the floodgates. And I don't know if you have been watching the news, but what Councillor Nyberg had referred to is with oil and gas right now, we are taking, if a reassessment goes through on taxes, we're going to be taking a very big beating to our county, and we're trying to figure out how to cut costs. And some roads that are developed right now could possibly be shut down. So that's kind of the state we're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand that. It's hard times. I get that. But if there's any way of working together, I know the county does have some equipment just to move in for a day and do a little bit of work. Certainly would help the situation.
Yeah, that'll have to be discussed further after with council and Public Works, and we would see if anything could be done. But right now, I think it is as it sits.
I think, and I'm not speaking out of turn here, I think, Mr. McNair, if you wanted to, buy a couple of loads of gravel and have it dumped there, we're more than willing to allow you to do that. That's not something that we would be opposed to, for sure.
Okay.
You can get a hold of a number of local contractors. I'm sure they would be willing to back in there and dump a load, and hopefully maybe they might even be able to supply something to spread it out with. So.
Okay. Well, like I say, if there's anything you can do to help the situation, I certainly would appreciate it. I don't really want to be bearing all this cost myself. Like I say, I'm one of three that requires access. Both and myself, my neighbor.
You could definitely talk to your neighbors too. They may want to help carry some of that cost for you. So.
Yeah, I guess I was hoping that the county would, possibly help out with some equipment as well.
Yeah, well, as
but,
I say,
you can possibly discuss that a little bit. If somebody wants to give me a call and talk to me about it a little bit further, that would be great. Anything you can do would be appreciated.
Okay, no, that's thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. See, our next delegation is on the line. He's scheduled for 2:30.
So on the line, or
they're on the line, ready. They're still muted, obviously. But if council wanted to continue to discuss, you absolutely could. Otherwise, we can move on to the next delegation.
All right, so basically coming down off the highway in that spot, I think it's about the first 500 meters is on road allowance, and it's basically just a bladed trail. Trident basically was using that to access for years and maintain that to their needs, and also had the agreements going around that first slough. They gated it, it was their gate, they kept their lock on it and controlled access. So that first 500 or 600 meters north of that wetland lake, it's full of trees, it's low. Even when we do blade it, I got a back degrader out of there to keep working things in the same direction. Like, it's real tough. There's no room. It's a narrow road allowance and it's full of trees. And a lot of wet spots. So in theory, you could haul a bunch of stuff in there to get that piece up. Probably be reject fines out of some place like Bridges or something like that, just to give you the idea what would have to happen just to get something up enough to access. The real problem he's got is he's got to work with his neighbor. That's not going away. Where it goes around that wetland, there's a gate on just as it leaves the road allowance. It's not our road. I'm sure Trident had an access agreement with that landowner to go around there. They kept the lock gate on it. Whoever's going to use that area going around is going to have to come up with an agreement with the landowner anyways. So I think there's two different issues. Doing something to that bit of the back road going north, it needs fill. But you're not going to clear trees there without going on a private property.
He goes straight. Could he go straight down there, or is that all slough?
You're not going through that lake. No.
There is a lake. It's hard for me. It just looks all green.
White thing is as the road leaves the road allowance going to the right there, that is a deep lake water hole there.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah, like.
Up and down. It's
Oh yeah, I know the area.
You'd have to truck haul a bunch of fill in there because unless everybody's cooperating, you're not getting it. The cheapest way to make this work is for everybody to cooperate and just work with an access agreement and then use it.
Never dealt with this one because I don't think we've ever graded.
Been on it a few times, yeah.
Oh, Melnick's was on the east side of 56. This is just about right to the river.
Straight south of 835.
Exactly.
5 ends, go straight across the road. So the bottom line is you're not going through that slough. So what we can do north of there is not that big of a deal, but it's not going to be that successful. We've hauled material in there before and it just disappears because those wet areas, they hold water, they haul stuff through there and it just makes a mess and it leaves and it ruts up. But you're not getting around that wetland without either buying land for the road, doing a access agreement on that property. And in my mind, that'd be the simplest thing for him to do anyways, is just make a formal agreement like Trident used to have with that landowner to go around that wetland on that road.
That agreement would have been transferred over to Ember.
I talked to Mr. McNair or somebody in that general area at least once a year.
I think one of the other problems with the whole area is that Trident did have a lot of leases down there, and now that they've shut down and haven't sold some of them, that some of the access roads are gone. So he probably maybe was able to access from the south through Larry Myers, but that's not there anymore.
And the cat that was in there was probably a Trident cat, not ours.
No, Trident used to maintain it. We've run a grader down there once a year kind of a thing when the call comes in, but every year we get a call on that thing asking for the same thing. This year, my suggestion was you get a hold of his counselor and bring it to council. So that's why you've been hearing about it anyways, because I told him we're not building a road right now, and that's an expensive piece of road to build, and I still need property off the land on the east side because we're not going through that slough. No, you got to carefully go in there, tidy everything up, and back it up, and tidy it up again, and back it all the way out, and have somebody in there helping them.
It's not expensive at all.
Off and
I mean, you can't access that thing off the approach off of 598-35 because
I'm surprised that Alberta infrastructure allows that.
It wasn't approach there.
Yeah.
So it's a real ugly spot, but at the same time, at some point you're going onto that property on the east side of the road allowance because you're not going through that slough.
It's the problem we have with absentee landowners. If it's locally owned, they can trail them so there are other properties.
Because the riverbank's right there. And so access to the riverbank is limited to not very many locations, and they're back roads and they're lease roads. And these leases now have just
hard to
Looks like
fix.
there's a road even to the east of it there, right through.
Trail, yeah.
But I mean, definitely somebody's been driving on it.
Oh, either that or Doug's been trailing us.
The annual calls I get on this are more about, I gotta get a travel trailer down here to the camping spots, so.
To go.
Got to go the full length of the 1/4, so half a mile, and I think he has to go a little farther than
I
that.
think he's gotta go to the bottom of the mile, yeah.
Get onto his property.
Down to his property, and I think he's got a section right there.
Look at those, what they call the flats south of Gadsby. There is sections of land down there that if they can't cross a neighbor's land,
They're done.
you won't access it.
Yeah.
No, there's no roads either. There is no.
But I mean,
allowances or.
this is stop the progression.
One way or another, somebody needs to have an agreement with where the road actually is off of the road allowance to get through there, so.
At the bottom 2 quarters there.
Doesn't he? I think he goes, and then he's got a
There he's got.
So, mile, and then he's got it, yeah.
a Cataliner there, but I've never seen a travel trailer.
If you tried to shoot a lot of those roads in that area too, they'd be the same thing where they just kind of followed wherever they could. Didn't need speed limit signs down on that stuff at Jackson's, did you, Wayne? First gear was sometimes too fast.
And it's deceiving because right there, right where the little pointer is probably a 12-foot drop, right? Just starts dropping off towards the river. You're in the Badlands.
2.9, so.
Okay, let's go with our next one.
Just give me a second and I'll unmute. Our next delegation is Mr. Dustin Stoffer. There's an item before you guys, I believe it was back in May, regarding speed limit change in front of his property. And so he just wished to speak about that, and I do have a video to play when he's ready as well. And Mr. Stoffer, you should be unmuted now.
Yeah, you bet.
Ahead,
So I was just going to read through what I've written down here, and then I got a couple questions that are written down in it, and when I'm done, I'll repeat them for you guys if you'd like. I want to start by explaining the reason for my request. I've lived on Township 38-2 Warden for 9 years now. This road's always been a very dusty, busy road. Being a haul road, it's not only residents with passenger vehicles that use it. Commercial heavy haul trucks, county gravel trucks, as seen in the video you're going to see, oil trucks, grain trucks, cattle trucks, etc., right? Use this road all year long, spring and fall being the busiest. This wasn't a big deal to me until I had kids. My kids, like all country kids, like to play outside in the yard and be kids. As you see in this video, you're going to see trucks. They're not only just dusting us out, but they kick up large rocks into my yard all the time. I have to clear the yard before I even have to mow it. On top of that, there'd be no way for any of these trucks to slow down or in any case. The truck before the one you see in the video was pretty close to a baseball-sized rock flying into my yard, missing my daughter on her little power wheels. This is after I had already talked to employees to talk to their county trucks and other trucks just to slow down there. I've put children at play signs up. I've got slow down signs, which took 4 months to put in. They just were put in a couple weeks ago, the slow down signs, just to help remind these drivers that children are present. But after talking to the county supervisor and the officer, I was informed that they don't have to slow down for those signs, not legally anyways. I believe that dropping the speed limit would significantly help with the rocks, dust, and overall health and safety of my children playing in their yard. Which brings me to the decision that you guys made to reduce the speed limit on Range Road 21-2. The majority of you agreed with Councillor Neitz that by lowering the speed would help with the dust and overall safety of the people who live on or use the road. This raised quite a few questions for me, like why would that be any different than my busy, dusty haul road? Why did the decision on my request have a different outcome? After reviewing the meeting minutes
only difference I found was that Councillor Neitz had driven that road that day. Is this how decisions are made, like subjectively? What about objectively, data to back it? Like, my request was denied because the main reason, if you did it for me, you'd have to do it for everybody else. In my mind, if you have to lower the speed limit to keep my family safe, then why not do it for other people? It's cost efficient. It's a sign, right? It slows people down. It it just helps. Addressing the reason for my request denial, is there a policy or procedure in place to validate my request, as in, is it a haul road? You're saying, you guys said you'd have to do it for everybody. Does everybody live on a haul road? The amount and type of traffic on the road. How close to the road is the house? If these were used as criteria, it would prevent you having to do it for everybody else. The whole thing I'm asking for is a speed reduction, which, if implemented, would eliminate the need for dust control, heighten the visibility, curb complacency, and significantly help the safety of our family and other people using the road. So if there's a few questions I'd like to be answered, which is, why would that be any different than my road? And why was the decision different with the outcome? And are your decisions made subjectively or objectively?
Okay. I guess that question. Do you have? Is this video now or what's?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I almost forgot. We do have
We're gonna play your video right now.
Yeah.
Edit this. Sorry, it's sideways, but beyond that, I can't actually rotate it on this. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's very short, just a few seconds.
So what prompted me to take that video was that rock flying in there, and obviously it's a very quick video because he's flying by my house, right? I don't know if you can see the logo on the side of the truck, but it's our own county trucks.
Yes, Councillor Stillberg had a comment too. We did see the sign on the truck, and that would be an 80-kilometer-an-hour speed. It's on that road. Okay.
Yeah, hi Dustin, it's Les Stillberg. I was just wondering, have you applied for or considered a dust abatement to put in front of your property?
That's going to be happening here starting next summer, putting dust control up, yep.
Okay.
My concern is the signs are past my house, so if you put dust control in front of my house, the dust that you can't even see the signs when it's a really, really busy road. So if there's a truck in front of it, you can't even see the signs. So if I get dust control put in front of my house, which I will pay for, are you guys going to put dust control from the edge of my property to those signs to provide visibility?
Questions, and before we go back to the questions Mr. Stauffer has on hand. Okay. So the questions were, just repeat them again, please, Dustin.
Well, why was my request any different than the other one? And are your decisions made with this type of request? Are they made subjectively or objectively?
Okay, well, I will speak in Councillor Gender.
The reason I was looking at placing the reduced signs on the McDonald's Road, we were looking at tearing the whole thing up, and the whole thing would be down to gravel, creating dust right from one end to the other. It was then going to be dust abatement in front of any residents that were up there, would have been up to those responsible for it. So that is the reasoning that I put behind that we put a 30 or 50 kilometer zone right from one end to the other, because even if they put dust control or abatement in front of those, there would still be dust in the places that there were not.
Okay. So same as putting dust control, as you're saying, if I should have dust control from the start of my road to the end of my road then?
I believe in Public Works, we do have a length, correct me if I'm right or wrong, but it's about 200 meters long that you would be subjected to, that would be the county placing that in.
Okay. So dust is one thing, but speed of these vehicles, especially loaded, there is no way, and especially shooting rocks and stuff like that, that's just, if you reduce the speed, there would be no reason to put dust control in for you guys. I wouldn't be asking from my edge of my property to those signs. There would be no reason for it. If you reduce the speed, I wouldn't have the dust problem, and the visibility would be good for everybody else on the road. It would just be it would be safer for everybody.
Hey, Dustin, the road in question, though, was a road that a business on the end had contributed heavily into dust abatement, which was an oil type surface that went from Highway 601 up to the north road. In ripping that up, we did go and look at that site, and there was probably, it was on a Friday, which is probably one of the busier days, that the traffic was nonstop on that road for trailers leaving, coming, and going. So part of that speed limit sign was to provide something back to that landowner that we had ripped that up. And that was, as a decision-making process, people do look at each road, like the councilors look at each road individually. So it was the amount of traffic from two subdivisions up there, plus a commercial operation.
So you guys could probably tell me, like, the actual data, how many vehicles were driving on that road that day?
The road count? No, I didn't have a clicker in my hand, but it was constant. It was one vehicle after another vehicle after another vehicle.
Which I agree. I'm glad you guys made this decision. It's just, there's no actual data, so that's the thing. Like, there was not, the decision to refuse mine was just because that you had to do it. If you did it for me, you have to do it for everybody else. Is there a policy in there that, is it a haul road? Have you guys even looked into how busy my road is? What kind of trucks drive the road? The amount of heavy trucks driving the road. I don't need dust control when it's residential vehicles, but this is a haul road. It's a very, very busy road, and everybody knows that this is the busiest road on this side. So we're talking more about that the road that you guys had decided to drop, but I want to talk about my road. And what you guys have done to look into it and validate my request.
Councilor Nyberg has his hand up. He's just going to talk.
So, Dustin, you already know my feelings on this and where I stand on it. I've been on council for a number of years, and I always was under the understanding that we didn't just subjectively change speed limits, and I somewhat do agree with you that maybe we've changed that policy because of when we changed that one up there. And if that's the case, we don't really have a policy that sets to that. So I'm starting to think that maybe we do have, we've set a precedent that we will, for dust control, lower speed limits. And I'm just not seeing a reason why now that we don't do it. If we can do it for one, we can do it for other people. I agree. So, especially on haul roads, especially on large service roads. There's a battery at the end of your road, and I know there's a number in the past, it probably has slowed down a little bit, but there's a number of oil field trucks that go up and down that road on a regular basis.
You bet.
And it is a collector road. It is definitely one of our main haul roads because, and I don't have to tell you, but anybody that's hauling silage, our neighbors are hauling up and down that road. And if they're hauling grain from the farms at the end, that's the road they take to get to 835. That's the way we have designed it. So I'm not opposed now to, I was before opposed to dropping speed limit in front of people's houses. If council had made the decision differently on that other road, maybe I would still stay the same way. But now I think it's fair and open discussion to lower speed limits in front of people's houses for safety, for dust control, and especially on haul roads. So,
Mr. Stolberg?
Absolutely, thank you.
I think the decision on I call it the Lake Road because I can't remember the number right off my hand that we're discussing as well as your road. The decision on that one to lower the speed limit wasn't for dust comfort for the people that lived along it. It was for the vehicle safety. With a change of road surface and with all the holiday traffic, if with trailers not being able to see other trailers coming in the dust. So right there for that whole section, it wasn't done for the dust nuisance, I guess, to the farms that were living along it. Whereas this
again, it's not only the dust. The dust is a nuisance, yes. It's the rocks. It's the actual safety of them driving by. There's no way that if they're loaded, there's no way they can stop or slow down or anything for any case. And again, you're talking about it being, you're worried about the safety of the drivers, but what about the safety of the residents? So if we're worried about the safety of the drivers, why aren't we worried about the safety of the residents?
So, how far east is this property located from the Stewart Wynn Road? Or is it west?
It is a mile and a quarter west of 835.
West of 835. And that wouldn't be a haul road.
It's still classified as a resource road under the.
It is a resource road actually, because there's that battery at the end and when we did the road study, the battery at the end made it a resource road because that was the one that we wanted them to haul the oil out. We didn't want them to take it north through to what I used to call the scenic road past
38.4 on a battery for oil, not the new Alta plant, right? Okay, so you're going west of 835. How many residents are down there?
There's 2 houses on that road.
Only 2 houses on that road?
There's more than that. There's 6, and also the hall. You have Yoon Halls down there.
Correct. Just to correct myself, there's 2 houses that are close to the road, as I am.
But there's other residents down there.
Oh yeah, there's a number. Yeah. There's quite a few actually.
My only request would be, and the decision as council is not mine, but if you're going to change the speed limit, if you're going to consider that, then do it for the entire length, right? Take it from 835 all the way west to basically the riverbank, I would assume, because then it's not going to be a nightmare to enforce. You can't have a mile section of a road. Number one, you're going to have trucks that are going to have a hard time slowing down. They're not going to be used to it. Enforcement, I only have 3 patrol officers, and we have them scattered all over the county with the amount of complaints that are coming in. So if you're going to change the speed limit, change it from 835 all the way west.
That very well might make sense because you do have the hall down there and across the road from the hall, and I'm not sure who's there, but I think it's owned. The young Yates girls live there, but it's owned by Dustin, do you know who owns that property now? I don't know if it's.
Who are you thinking about?
Just right across from the hall.
I'm not too sure who owns it.
I do know, and it's escaping my mind right now. But yeah.
But going for the enforceable part, the road is already it has a speed limit. What's the difference from it being a lower speed limit and a higher speed limit for the amount it's monitored and enforced?
Well, if you want to get the message across, right, when we first changed the speed limit, if you don't do any enforcement on it, are they going to listen to you? You hand out a few speeding tickets, they're going to slow down.
If you change the speed limit, it's going to put everybody aware of it. It's going to change, and there's going to be a few people that speed by it. But if it gets out of control, then you phone, and then it can get monitored, and then you can actually write a ticket for it. It's not going to change how much it needs to be monitored. It's just like any other road where do you have to monitor that specific area where it's slower? No, I have never seen police monitor it more.
It would make it easier for us for enforcement if we went from 835 right to the west, and then whenever we change the speed limit on a road, people either don't notice the signs, they're oblivious to the signs. It's until we issue a few tickets that the message hits home and word of mouth makes it kind of get across to people that the speed limit has changed there. So I'm just saying, it's up to council. It's fine with me whether they lower the speed limit or they don't. this lower the speed limit, the less dust and the more gravel that stays on the road. So I'm okay with that too. So I'm just asking that they consider taking it all the way west from 835 all the way down.
Okay. The one thing that there on that road, there was a stop sign that was changed directions. When you guys made that stop sign, did you guys send a cop car out there to monitor that?
We did do some enforcement when that was done. Yes, we did.
Was there plenty tickets made?
Off the top of my head, I can't recollect that.
Justin, you and I would both know if there was tickets been given out there. I'm sorry, but
I would know right away.
Yeah, because they would probably be bitching to you and me both.
That goes to my point, right? Like you can change it and people will adapt. And the thing is if you slow the trucks down, yeah, it might take a little bit before everybody is in, but if it continues being a 80, 90, 100 kilometer an hour road and it's 50, that's enforceable when it's down to 50. You know, then the phone calls will come in to say, hey, these trucks are flying by. But I don't believe that by changing a sign you need to put a bunch of more money into enforcing it. Putting a sign up is probably the cheapest and easiest way to slow down and take care of the dust, take care of the safety of my kids and anybody else driving the road. And it doesn't need to be the whole road, it just needs to be in the area that's of concern. In my point of view.
Councillor Needs has something to say too.
One of the reasons for discussing Range Road 21-2, that's the old McDonald's road, was the condition of the road. The condition of the road was starting to deteriorate, and there was potholes and a lot of different issues with that road. That's why it was brought to council. The people up there had paid for the surface that was on there at the time, and now it has been deteriorating. So it was the condition of the road was the main reason why we discussed the reducing of the speed up there, because we're in a process now of trying to fix the road and looking at different ideas, turning it into gravel, maybe putting clean track on there. So that's going to be a road that we're going to be discussing trying to fix. So it was mostly the condition of the road in and of itself. And so that's why we reduced the speed, because we need to fix that road. So it's mostly the road.
Okay.
And I just have a comment too, is I have a farm right along Highway 12, and I really would like to slow it down, but I don't seem to have any luck there. Our yard borders actually my dad's yard borders the pavement, so it is a frustrating thing, but it's been that way for years and will continue to be that way. So that's one thing our kids.
It is also a highway, and it doesn't have loose gravel and carrying all the dust and the health issues with dust either.
It's got stuff falling off truck decks, and I could go through a list with you, but yeah, it does. So anyhow, it is another road within our province. So we are.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, and to Dustin, you and I had spoken. I would put the motion forward, but I think you and I both know how that motion would go anyways. So I'm not sure of the discussion we've had here. Is hopefully it's. I think it's been good discussion, but I'm not so sure we would gain anything by putting a motion forward. So I apologize for that. It's just the way that it is. So.
All right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
You are the last party in the conference. You will hear silence until the conference begins.
What speed was he requesting? 50 or 60?
50. And it absolutely stems from what we changed. And I disagree with Ms. Neitz, because Ernie brought up the fact that it was a safety issue for dust control, and that's why he made the motion in the first place. So, and I get it. It's just that we've sent out a message to the ratepayers. I could see Dave's areas down there to be the truck driver or all the gravel haul guys would want their roads slowed down in front of their place for safety.
Well, the Scholard Road, all the houses are set very far back from the road. There isn't very many that are close to the road down there. But on 35-0, which is a designated haul route, there's a couple that are really close. And, that it might be an alternative, but we do know from past, we had a 60-kilometer speed limit on the Fenn Road prior to it being paved. And we made headlines in the paper because people just won't abide by the speed. So without enforcement and, pushing that home, you're never going to get people to.
I mean, it might be a policy that we put forward from the county is that we do. I mean, when I first got onto council, we had the grader operators that came in here, and they proved to us, not anecdotal information, but a study that was done out of Saskatchewan, that they proved to us that there was an opportunity to keep more gravel on the road by reducing the speed. And if that's the case, maybe we should on our haul roads is reduce the speed to 50 Ks all across the county. And if we did, maybe there would be less dust control issues and complaints coming from some of our haul roads. So I think it's been good to open up that discussion, and I think something that we could possibly look at going forward, because let's face it, we're looking at saving money, and that would save us some money.
Yeah, I mean, the gravel stays on the road when you're not hitting it at 100 kilometers an hour. That area is less busy than east of 835. But I mean, if there's a lot of residents down there and the oil and gas traffic has died down, it might be a viable solution.
East of 835, we put pavement down. A little ways.
And then there's 2 miles worth.
In actuality, that there's nobody living close to the road there, right? That was strictly the pavement was for structure. And if you come off west of 835, the first mile, it looks like a haul road. It is a nice, high-grade, well-built road. So, and that's the problem what I think Dustin's running into is the fact that we used to have the stop sign going the other way. People would stop, and now they're just continuing on.
Is that the one past Jones's?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hauled stuff in and out of there. I never met a vehicle on that road. But I was driving at 50 also. I had a trailer.
A lot of the people came off Highway 12 to Jones's. Ways to Jones's, right? So you can either come east or you can come from the north. So.
Mr. Nixon?
Requests that come in to reduce speed. We did look at that objectively because we looked at the pictures, and there was a decent amount of space between the road and the house, and there also were some trees there to shelter rocks and dust. And so I think we did look at that objectively. Secondly, I think if we're going to reduce the speed limit, we can't put it to 50 miles an hour or 50. Yeah,
that's crazy. That's lifting it up a little bit.
50 clicks for that distance. I could see 70 may work, and 70 would probably, people might look at that.
And maybe it's 70 for trucks over a certain GBW.
No, though, just 70 might keep, like some of the smaller trucks would slow down to maybe 2, and cars down to 110 then. So.
Sign only works when there's lights behind it anyway.
Exactly, and over a period of time, if he's got children at play or something like that, between the combination, that might work.
John Bishop always said, and Lee Hardman says, if you want people to abide, be consistent. You can't go 80 kilometers an hour, then go 50 kilometers for a mile, and then 80. Make the whole road one speed and enforce. That's the only way people get it.
And I honestly do believe the change, and this is for us to take home, the changing of that stop sign changed the pattern of traffic. Because you used to have to stop there, and then he really was a quarter of a mile, and then it was hard to get up to speed for most big trucks. And coming the other way, you're going to have to stop or slow down at that sign.
That's a ratepayer request that we
was, but it was a ratepayer request, but it also it followed what the road study had told us too. So it wasn't a one-off situation. But I'm just saying, here's a repercussion of what happened there, right?
So it also puts an inch and a half on there. That'll slow him down.
Well, then he'll have big rocks in there. Don't do that.
I think it was still back there. So.
Discussion to have.
It was good discussion. Yeah. Okay. We are to unfinished business. 8.3 was an addition, update assessment review.
Mr. Chairman, is this Ernie gave us a piece of paper, but I have no idea what it means.
I don't either.
Andrew, can you bring up that calculation that Krista did?
Maybe.
Email it to
I've got it.
relies on your capital cost allowance, your depreciation that you can do in business, in comparatively, say, like what the oil patch is looking at.
Oh, okay.
Just to give you kind of an idea of what companies or businesses can work with compared to the oil companies. That's all it is.
This is through the federal government or?
Federal and provincial.
So if you bought a new tractor, right, the first year you'd be able to depreciate half the cost at 10 or 20 or 30%, right?
Write it off at 30% in the first year, but also you can get a break through the provincial government, and you can buy this a day before the end of the year. And you can also apply through the provincial government to get that other 50% within the first year. It was a provincial override of the federal. So I'm just
you never. It's a declining balance, so you never depreciate it out fully. After 5 years, okay.
That's the part that I was looking at with the oil companies. They were taking it off, and then we had, like at the end, at a 10% continuous. So like there's quite a variation in there. I'm just trying to show it.
But if I could, Mr. Gender, the problem with this is it's like rent control. Rent control is the idea that you can, whatever the property is being rented at, there's always a top out. And I think maybe that's a possibility that it works. But then there also has to be a bottom. And we did that with the oil and gas company. We gave them a break. Back in the mid-90s, the oil companies had, like literally in our area, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of facilities. When they were drilling new wells, but what we said was that's not fair because of the way we tax in this country is on the value of the property that you own. And their property value was very, very high. So we said, okay, we're going to give you a break, and we reduced it down to, I think it was 65%. And that's where we said, okay, and that was that whole modifier. We modified it down to 65%. So they got a break at the top end. But we said, okay, there has to be a bottom, so you get to depreciate it down to, and I'm not sure if it's 30% or whatever they got to depreciate it down to. But it's at the bottom end. Now that we're at the bottom, they want to pull the bottom out from us, and that's not fair. And I don't think it would be fair to a rent control if you were a landlord in the city and they said, okay, you can't charge the $2,000 that the market is allowing you to charge for a property. You can only charge $1,500. But when the market goes down to $200 a month, that's what you got to charge that. Well, that's unfair. He should be able to get the break, or he or she should get the break. Say, okay, you've rented from me for the last 2 years at the top price, but it wasn't. It was at a rental market adjustment. The bottom has to be a market adjustment. You have to rent for me from the next 2 years at $400, where everybody else can get it for $200. It's not fair to play both ends of the stick against us.
I just wanted to bring this in as a comparison. And yes, like when we start looking at with oil companies, there should be, like with the 10%, it would hardly cover the maintenance on the roads that were taking them to their wells.
In this scenario, you were taxed at the full property value, right? And this is different. So this is a piece of equipment versus land or equipment. And that's a different story, right? The M&E is a different situation, right? Because it's on a permanent fixture. It'd be like you putting up a shop or something would be a better comparison.
So we thought that we hear lots of talk. County of Stettler's running a $24 million budget this year, which is exactly what we're running. But that includes all our requisitions, includes our capital expenditures, includes our transfers in and out of reserves, and includes depreciation. So Chris has been doing some work, and we wanted to, basically show you the actual cash that we use to run the County of Stettler. So even though Chris, you can go through this better than I can, but even though we tax for $17 million, you look at the bottom line, and that's what we run the County of Stettler on. You take 45% out of that, and we're going to barely be able to put fuel in the graders, but give them the rundown, Chris.
No, you're doing a great job, Yvette. Basically, our gross taxes that we've taxed on is $17.6 million. If we take the requisitions that are directly off that, that's $4.8 million. So our net taxes is $12.8 million. I'm going to skip down to the bottom half there where it says net taxes.
Just for the people that are watching at home, what are the requisitions that we're paying, just so everybody knows?
So the requisitions that are included in that part is the housing authority, the school requisition, as well as the DIP. Yeah.
Management's not in that. Not a
Act. They did. Okay. Just so that we know, if we have a cut $4.5 million, that amount of money is going down as well. So the money that we requisition to the housing authority will go down. So the housing authority is going to get hit very heavily because we pay about $660,000.
Not necessarily, because the housing authority has the power to set their own budget. They just up their requisite.
Our percentage of it is going to go way down. Right now, this is where it's going to hurt the town. The town, we've always done it on equalized assessment. So our assessment is going to drop dramatically. So if it drops dramatically, instead of cutting a check for $660,000 to the housing authority, we might bill out at $512,000. But then the town's going to have to up their game, and the villages are going to have to up their game. The summer village is going to up their game. Everybody's going to up their game to make up for our $100,000 deficit. That's what people have to understand when we say it is going to directly affect our partners. That's how it's going to directly affect our partners.
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
as well will affect exactly the same way. When Alberta Education wants the same amount of dollars for operating in 2021, they're going to levy the same amount of dollars, but that's going to be spread across a lower assessment base, which means everybody has a higher mill. So individual ratepayers will pay more for their school taxes.
So, and that's, again, this is the stuff that we have to get out, because I don't think people are understanding it. Our partners aren't understanding this yet.
Well, and with the education tax, rural Alberta per person is still paying more. And then if that comes through, they're going to be paying even more per person for the education tax.
That may shift some of the burden away from that, actually.
It might.
Yeah, because as the assessment out here goes down,
yours goes up.
Person goes down.
The cities are going to be.
So hurt.
Our equalized assessment's going to go.
And it's all built on equalized assessment. We don't have it. We don't have it. Our REC agreement is going to be another one that's going to take a major hit.
Town is fully with that, yes.
Sorry, Krista.
Oh, absolutely. This is good questions. So that puts our net taxes at $12.8 million. So these are the numbers that are based off of our 2020 budget. We didn't go with actual, so that way if there's any adjustments, we just wanted to strictly go with budget. So we're forecasting bad debts to be $2 million is what we put in the budget. We all know that that's directly what we're thinking, and we've already discovered that that's probably light. It could be more than that. Then we decided that take the $2 million off that, and other amounts that are direct requisitions, or they're not requisitions by the Alberta government or the MGA standards, but they're requisitions that what we call as requisitions, such as the policing, Stettler waste management, and the recreation agreement we have with the town. So when you take those items off there, we're looking at net taxes of $9.8 million.
So those three, does the policing change? Is it done on our assessment, or is it just a volume?
Equalized assessment and population. So
it will actually possibly go down a little bit because of
go up next.
Except they're wrapping it up every.
Realize, but I mean, what they think they're getting from rural Alberta will not be what they're going to get, because they're going to look at it and so what are they going to do? They're going to even ramp it up higher. So it's hurting. They're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and they don't even know they're going to get kicked in the keister on the backside of this. The provincial government is going to take a hit because they're expecting to get X amount of dollars from us. Our equalized assessment's gone down. So what? We're only going to give you, instead of $214, we're going to give you $200,000.
There's I've heard from other CAOs. There's a bad rumor out there that counties are living high on the hog. Well, Stettler County is not living high on the hog, and $9,867,000 what we're running the county of Stettler on. And just to put this in perspective, what's our operational budget? Our public works budget is what, $6 million?
Putting me on the spot, I would say we're around the $6 to $7 million
I was also told that, I mean, basically it's our fault for building the new shop.
It's a capital.
I know, and we've paid for it, and it's already done out of our reserves from previous years, so this isn't an issue.
5 years ago, your revenue was 45% higher, what you ran the county of Stettler on, than it is today.
And to speak just directly on that shop, just so that matter is cleared from the standpoint of where I've been involved, the money that was taken out of reserves to pay for the shop and that was all agreed by council was supposed to be repaid by the end of 2019. We had it repaid by the end of 2017. So there is no funds that are going to the shop. There's not money that we're allocating for shop for when we built it. That's a finished project.
That's the situation. If you run into that situation, you can say that we even paid it back sooner than.
Went out and sold every one of your graders and had an influx of cash for $2 million. Well, you might spend it that year, but you've got no more coming in, and you have no graders.
Sorry, Rick.
Yeah. When you look at the 9.8 compared to the 24 million, it's quite a difference. But that's what we run the county still at.
We've always been very good at getting grants, and to your credit, Yvette, and to your staff's credit, you guys are hunting and looking at grants that I didn't know existed. So.
They're few and far between anymore.
Oh. Years ago, we know because we did the research, it was 45% higher. And then probably 10 years ago, it was probably higher than that, probably.
Your fees and everything else would have garnered us another almost $10 million.
That's the user fees or what we get off of Stettler Waste, Shirley McClellan, ambulance, the MSI grants, any operational grants.
Which are going to have to go up. Unfortunately, those particular guys are going to have to pay more.
We're being told that they're probably going to go down.
Oh.
The MSI is done next year.
Oh, that part of it. I'm talking the user fees.
Stettler Waste, Stettler Ambulance is into a contract which we hope to be renegotiating next year. But Stettler Waste and Shirley McClellan, yeah, you bet. It's time that they had a reality check. What would it cost them to get what they get from us?
If I'm just going quick numbers off of here, our net taxes in 2016, sorry, not everything is on my screen as I thought. Our net taxes in 2016 was 20.5 million, and our requisitions were 4.99, so 5 million. So we were about 15.5 million approximately that year. If I was to factor in, there was probably Stettler Waste, I'm just strictly guessing, and the town recreation maybe would have been about 14.5 million, but still, so from 14.5 to 9.8. And that's quick numbers. If you really wanted it, I could still pull the 2016, but I would have to, but that would be an estimate.
Council, I think our budget was about 35 million.
One more time. But
Chet.
Apparently.
Talking to you.
Yeah, when I started to, we were up in the 30 to 35 million for our budget.
We've done and I won't give any credit to council. I'll give it to administration for being frugal and doing what needed to be done. Every year the requests came in and you guys did wonderful stuff to cut our budgets. Mr. Stolberg?
Yeah, I do also give credit to administration because there is no fluff here. I mean, they've been efficient in every time we've asked them to be efficient. They've been, they've raised the bar and become more efficient. But there's a limit to efficiencies, and then there's no more money. And I think for the province to expect rural municipalities to prop up the oil and gas to make a healthy industry, which we all want, is unfair because every Albertan gains by a healthy oil and gas industry because the luxury we have of good health care and good education and infrastructure in this province is largely, from wealth perhaps generated by oil and gas, but every Albertan gains by it. So to cut the taxes assessment to the rurals, like there's no way the rurals can afford or should be expected to prop up this oil and gas. And when we're having this discussion, like we're trying to get this message out, I've done some postings and stuff, and I get some response that people are going to write and stuff, but I just thought it would be much, much larger. I don't know, we need to motivate people to understand how serious this is. And, yeah, and that's what it's going to be. Taxes are going to jump a lot.
This is the part that really scares the bejesus out of me. Here we kind of state, okay, our budget is 24 mil. Then we come down to this 9.8, and then with this new government incentive or whatever incentive, like we cut another 30% out of that. Very difficult in order to all of a sudden hit it in 1 year. Like those are the numbers that we have to put forth to people, that this 9.8 takes 30% off of that. We can hardly do our road maintenance.
It's going to be a really hard budget for 2021, depending on the announcement.
And I don't know if anybody heard Mr. Kenny's comments on the weekend. We need to be prepared for this. This is coming. His comments were, counties better get in line with tax reduction. It would be way worse, or 10 or 12 of those companies went under. I'm afraid a lot of those companies have already went under, and we're only helping the top 1 or 2 companies. This isn't going to help our small manufacturers. This is not going to be good for the Bear Spa, the Embers, any of these guys that are, and I mean, Ember's one of those guys. CNRL just made a major purchase. I get it, it was a stock option, but it's a $110 million stock option purchase of a small oil and gas company. They're on the outside buying when we're still giving them a break. I mean, like it just, that's insult to injury, really, is what that was.
Squeezing the goose that give the golden egg.
Yes, that was, yes.
To our neighbors, and really, if you compare to BC, it'd be interesting. I think we pulled the numbers because most of their wells are on Crown land, so therefore property tax would be back to the Crown or counted as part of your royalty, and a lot of Saskatchewan doesn't have near the well count that we have. So I don't know who he's comparing us, if he's comparing us to Montana or who it is, but it is definitely not apples to apples. Councilor Needs?
No, they're on vacation right now, but is there any way we can try and get a hold of ministries to talk to them? Will they listen?
And I can't remember if it was you, Sri, that said it, but about visual aids. Honestly, you can buy those skeleton keys for about $2 a piece. I think we need to mail them to them, because that's what's going to happen. Like, we are going to turn the keys back to you, and I think if Mr. Kenny got a letter in the mail every week with a key in it saying, we're turning the keys back to the province, be ready for it when it comes, he might wake up and think, whoa, what are you guys talking about? Because he is not getting it. Neither is Mr. Madu, neither is Sonia Savage. They're just not getting it. But a visual key, if we sent 300 keys to the ledge or to their offices, maybe they wake up and go, what the hell is going on? They're cheap. I'm just saying.
Okay. We talked about an update for people that were watching to see where we were going with this, and I guess
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think this should be a standing, till this is resolved, this needs to be a standing issue on our council package that we
discuss. Okay,
and if I could, Yvette, we've been getting regular updates of advocacy from our other member municipalities at the RMA and stuff.
And flipping them out to you guys?
Are we doing the same back to them and telling them what we've been doing, and right, the fact that we're staying on this and this is a slippery slope, because the next one is going to be after our linear will be the railway companies, and it'll be after the Alta gases and the power companies. They're all going to be knocking at our door and saying, wait a minute, if you've reduced it for them, you better reduce it for us.
What is the majority of the taxable dollars on G3, Emily? You know, if they look at the deal that the oil companies got on, you know, when they first talked to us about the plant, they quoted us, what, $34 million plant? The majority of that would be M&E looking for that tax break that the oil and gas companies are getting.
And I guess from our meeting with Mr. Horner, they stated that they would go forward with RMA and rural MLAs and have that discussion so that the rural is fully aware, and then we have to still figure out how to get that to urban, because the urban are going to be the important swing on that vote for them to realize it's not just going to be a free wheel for them. Yeah.
I was going to talk about that. I think we need to contact all the MLAs. Who are we emailing our letter to? Just the other municipalities?
Send it out to, oh God, Nikki just about blanketed everybody, even the opposition leaders.
Yeah, I think all MLAs of Alberta need to hear this, and I don't think it's right if they make a decision without talking to rural Alberta first, because if they're going to decimate us, they need to talk to us before they make their decision.
Yep, that's everything.
Very much, Chris.
Welcome.
Okay. We can move on. We would be on to agenda item 9.1, memo, Fen Road, page 41 of the package.
This is a request from Councillor Grover. He's been getting complaints about the Fen Road, and so I did drive it. And wow, have we got some...
If I could, drove it with my cab forward truck the other night when I saw you, and I'll tell you what, anybody wants to come for a ride, it is definitely, there's 3 spots. If we don't do anything, can we at least put the little diamonds up on it? Because I'm usually pretty good at understanding where they are, but they are very much, you can't see them till you get there, and then they drop, and my false teeth that I don't have, I think are coming out.
They launch you, and we've been getting, or Councillor Grover's been getting complaints, or not really complaints, but a conversation with a couple of gravel haulers about they're breaking shocks, they're breaking springs. They tell their guys to slow down, they're still hitting them, and they're still doing damage. So I asked Rick, because that road gets a pile of traffic, and I think with G3 coming on board, it's going to get even more. So before you are some estimations to fix it, because Central City's in the area. And then going to the next agenda item, we got the numbers on the stimulus money. We put in over $8 million worth of applications, and we get 661,000. It operates as the same as the federal gas tax, so basically we can spend 100% of it without having to come up with a municipal portion. So we're trying to, I gave you a memo with some, like to do some road work because we haven't done any, and save the hard surfaced areas that we could, or some of the ones that, we've been getting some concerns expressed about. So Rick worked up some estimates. Kind of would like to do either some work to the Resource Road or the Fen Road. Even if we did just a 50 millimeter mill and inlay, just on the load lanes, and then fix these jumps, we would almost meet the maximum of the 661,000. We could go right, we could start the project this year and hopefully be able to finish it.
Question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, your eyes were down. No. What do we expect to get in cap levy this year? Rough estimate. I won't hold you to it.
We budgeted for $10,000.
I was hoping for a little bit more. Not gonna paint the lines on the Fen Road, so.
I think that
That's what we said we would do with that money, is put it in.
I think we surpassed it, but some of our, I don't know if, did all our gravel haulers report this time?
Waiting on one.
Waiting on
Only one. But, yeah, we're
Ask in a public meeting who that is?
I think I'd rather not disclose, but I'm sure you can guess. We're sitting in roughly $30,000 that have been collected in the first half.
Well, that's all right, but
that have been levied.
But we should be putting some of that money towards this Fen Road. I think
It is that resource road for gravel, so.
and that's the reason we did it, so that we would help take care of it. It's gone a long ways from the 600,000 that it cost.
I have to reverse that, sorry. That's the amount of tons we've collected. 40 cents of that. So 11,000 in the first.
We're over the.
Sorry. I got excited. I thought, geez, that got higher than I thought it did. Yeah, no, we're not quite that high.
We have until October to submit the final application for the stimulus funding. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, see if you had anything that you were thinking about, or maybe you want to take the memo and bring it back and think about it.
My vote's for the Fen Road. If we lose that infrastructure, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. We've made a commitment to our gravel haulers. I wish they would all make the same commitment to us, but they haven't. But I think the ones that are good, we should take care of.
I do agree with that too, and then the next would be the resource road, I think, after that.
Resource road is short, the last overlay, right? But it's holding together pretty good.
The number that I've given you there are probably on the fat side. Oh, sorry, I walked away from my mic. The numbers are probably a little on the fat side. It's really difficult to try and get a straight answer on where tenders are going to come in. I mean, you might see $80 asphalt placed per ton. You might see 100 plus. I budgeted based on 100. I mean, if I'm 20% off, other stuff comes in. We might actually have a hard time. If it's just the one project, say for the Fen Road, you might not be able to use it all up. The Fen Road itself, as far as the need from a structural basis to pave it, other than the dips that are in it, is not there yet. I mean, it doesn't have to be done quite yet, although we're monitoring it and it is getting closer. And that's why I suggest the loaded lanes, because those are the ones that are going to rut up a little bit first and have started to show a little bit. That said, the risk we run on the resource road by not getting a full structure on it as well, one or the other is there. I mean, there could be a world in which prices come in at the right level where we're able to do a bit of both. But there also could be a solution on the Fen Road where we finish up the chip seal on it, maybe do another chip seal on the loaded lanes as well, just to perk them back up a little bit from their deflection that they're showing, which is very minimal at this point, and potentially do the resource road. So there's a few other options that I've been thinking on since I did the memo up. But
can you put in an application for the Fen Road and the resource road? And I think that's the way to go. And then if we get it and we get the full 600,000 or whatever we have available, maybe they feel generous and we get both for the full amount, which probably not.
We have a maximum at 661. We don't get any more. But it's money to us. We don't have to put any extra money in. But I did want to address the dips. Like they're unreal.
Yeah. They're just going to get worse too, really.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
On the dips, then they have to be fixed before the overlay or anything goes over them. So would we do that ahead of time?
I think we could probably move ahead with fixing the dips. We could dedicate the money out of the cap levy for the year, or operations and or the public works reserve. And if we were successful, well, we know we get this much money. But if we were able to, then we could just also take it out of the stimulus program too.
You're looking at what, 43 to 48,000? Councilor Gender?
So they 2 miles west of 56th on the Penn Road?
I've got all the changes in my notes. Hang on there.
Collar time?
And bearing in mind, we've already fixed them once. I think we spent 30 grand on them before. So expect that we fix them now. We're going to be seeing it again in a couple of years again. So whatever's going on down there is probably moisture related. Okay, I got a major at 7.7 kilometers from 835 and 7.9. So they're right tight together, those two. And the other ones weren't quite as bad. I had a couple of intermediates and then one minor. Total of 5, I think it was.
It's got to be one of the best bases in Alberta, like the amount of cement that's in the base of that road, plus the years that we spent, widening it, grading it, packing it when it was gravel, and then we get the pavement on it. We're still having problems where the culverts are.
Rick, is there any possible way of injecting anything under the pavement to raise it?
Not if you want it done quickly, because the technology is there. We've used basically like spray foam type things in muskeg areas before to support roads. Works really well. Takes a little bit more geotechnical and design work to get us there, and chances are that wouldn't happen in time to do anything this year. I might get the signs up this year to saying there's a bump. Let's put it that way. we got signs all set to put up. We're just waiting for the first calls to finish up and whatnot. So
Diamond would help.
Little diamond to go a long way, won't it?
Other comments?
Administration have enough direction?
As long as we include both those projects, so we have some autonomy to get as far as we can on both of them like that, I wouldn't want to do.
Yeah, the repairs and the overlays to the resource and the Fenn Road, if you can make that motion, then we'll keep moving.
Make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Carried. Yeah, that covered both 9.1 and 9.2, so we're into bylaws. Bylaw 1637-20 Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan Amendment for review and referral to IDP Committee. Page 43 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have the amendments to the Buffalo Lake IDP, which we just held our public hearing this afternoon, and we are recommending second and third reading be postponed until our committee meeting on September the 18th. So we're going to gather all the comments from the various public hearings held in our member municipalities, bring that forward to the meeting at on September 18th. So I don't know if you want to go through the amendments. I know we've reviewed them before. It's up to the committee or council. You want to go step by step, or?
Please, been through.
There is just one change that is proposed, and I know Councillor Neitz brought it up at the last meeting regarding the definition for a home business. The previous definition included dwelling unit, and we wanted to remove dwelling unit and replaced it with a development unit. So I just received this message this afternoon from Anya at Camrose County, and she's proposing that we revise it to read as follows. Home business means a secondary use of the residential structures by the permanent residents of that property and a maximum of 2 outside employees to conduct a business activity, trade, craft, or occupation. A home business does not include a bed and breakfast establishment. So that was really the only change that would be brought forward. And from the public hearing this afternoon, a lot of the comments weren't directly reflected in the amendments that are proposed, but I will consolidate those comments as well and bring that forward to the meeting on September 18th.
Mr. Dixon?
I just wanted to make a comment or two concerning this regarding our the public hearing this afternoon and the comments made by Mr. Stevens that the councillors were closed-minded. Now, to me, I became closed-minded immediately after comments like that. I think if he wants to make any inroads with the council on any of his requests, he should perhaps come across, a little bit more civil, in my opinion. And that is just my opinion, but I think that's the wrong way to start off a public hearing. It's just reminded me of the public hearing where we got trashed here a couple of years ago. So it's just a comment on that. And also another thing he mentioned about the Hayden subdivisions when he was talking about that. And I didn't want to bring it up at the time because I didn't want to debate it during public hearing. I just wanted to make this my opinion public. Greg Hayden knew we were advocating for him, and Jacinta and Tim and I went to Camrose and met with the other members of the IDP at the time and advocating for his subdivision, and Greg knows that. So that was just the way the IDP was written. We just couldn't make it work. So
we even asked Mr. Hayden if he wanted us to go the next step, and he said it wasn't. He didn't feel that it was.
And I talked to Greg here about 2 weeks ago, just met up with him, and he realized that and thanked us and thanked particularly Jacinta for the work she has done. So just wanted to make those comments.
You okay? Thank you.
Comments, Mr. Chairman.
Are we ready to make first reading, or do we have to send it?
You've already made first reading. This was generally after a public hearing, we go through second and possibly third, but we're recommending that you just postpone that until after our meeting on the 18th of September.
So my question would be, will we discuss during second reading before we vote? Will the county discuss the memorandum of understanding if we feel like maybe that it does not serve our purposes, or I don't know, I just want to put it forward to the council.
Memorandum of understanding,
we decided to put the memorandum of understanding in with the Buffalo Lake IDP for clarification. Also understanding that the county of Stettler felt going into that it did not, our interpretation was different than that.
Which memorandum of understanding are you referring to?
We refer to the Hayden subdivision. So when the county of Stettler went into that discussion, was it 2017 or something? The county of Stettler had one interpretation. The county of Camrose had another interpretation. So I just wondered what we as a county were going to do, because we felt like our interpretation was different from theirs. And
didn't go forward with it.
So I would say their interpretation now is in here and it's going forward. Now, is the Stettler County still willing to accept their interpretation? That was my question.
The only issue I have with that, because we brought that up, that memorandum, because technically that IDP should have been amended by bylaw, but it wasn't. So we wanted the memorandum of understanding to be included. But this is such a little review, is that the right word? Like, it's not an in-depth review of the Buffalo Lake IDP. And I think to address that, because I think Stettler County still believes that it's not the right interpretation, but I think that would take place in the more, the big review, the next big review of the Buffalo Lake IDP. I can't remember.
Yeah, depending on the, financial.
And so that would be my question, because now their interpretation, that memorandum of understanding is going into the Buffalo Lake IDP. So their interpretation is going to be the definition now, not ours.
Just
the next
right until review, but still that's going in there. So we will be rejecting any other applications that come under our interpretation. Right.
Anyway.
But sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the amendments that are proposed, like it's number 20 on your list of, on the report. So we are rewording it so that the addition, like the remainder of the quarter section is also included in the calculation of property titles. So this is where the discretion was at the last application that we had. We weren't counting the balance of the quarter section once we had subdivided out the parcels. So we've clarified that now. The memorandum of understanding is just in addition to the amendments. So, and it's just going to be included at the back of the document but I mean, could probably be discussed again at the upcoming meeting. No, because we've already, well, unless we decide to not move forward, but the amendments that are proposed clarifies that.
Kind of understanding is just for reference notes. It doesn't mean.
Right.
Mr. Stillberg?
I'd like to make the motion to postpone second and third reading of this bylaw until after the September 18th meeting.
Other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Okay, 10.2 bylaw 1639-20 boring bylaw gravel for second and third reading.
I'll give you second reading.
We have received no feedback on this bylaw at all.
Oh, and with borrowing bylaws, excluding those for shops, we tend not to. We have twice as much money, but
Late in the day, he's getting pretty cocky.
Coke. I mean, it's a high bar to circulate in a successful petition, so generally they would at least give comment if they thought of borrowing bylaw. Nobody ever really opposes gravel, though. We need gravel.
Yes, second reading, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions or concerns? Councilor Gender?
I mentioned to someone that we're going to have gravel instead of having 10 years of supply. We're going to have them about 75 or 100 years. We're going to be all well gone. It is well received. And then also say, like, when we come in, I believe it's in a year time, when this first payment is going to about equalize, but at a lesser rate, I have no feedback at all.
Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Councilor Nixon? Questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried.
You got to go spend a bunch of money.
Okay.
Okay, 10.3, bylaw 1640-20, amend land use bylaw 1443-10, in brackets, urban chickens, for first reading and set public hearing. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bylaw is proposing to introduce regulations governing the keeping of urban chickens within the country residence small lot, and hamlet residential districts of the County of Stettler Land Use Bylaw. Currently, the keeping of chickens is classed as a agricultural operation and is only permitted within the agricultural district and the country residence agricultural district, so the A and CRA districts. The addition of the urban chicken definitions and regulations to the land use bylaw would expand for that within the multi-lot subdivisions and hamlets. So what we are looking at first reading, if you are so inclined.
Mr. Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, so I had spoke a little bit with Kara about this one. There's a couple of things that just some tidying up, and the square footage of the issue, I think, ends up being a dated issue, because I think as the Alberta Animal Care Act changes, I think we could end up being dated, and it's quite a bit larger than maybe what we'd want. I'm not so sure we want to have monstrosity coops in the back of people's places. We want smaller coops is what we're talking about. So.
If I may, since we discussed that this morning, Mr. Nyberg, I did do a little bit further investigating into that, and
square footage of the coops, which is proposed within this bylaw, is 4 square feet per hen interior space and 10 square feet per hen exterior space.
I read it as it was a 10 for a coop, and that's a...
The definition of the coop, and I think this is a little bit in the wordsmithing, but the definition of a coop includes both the interior space and the exterior enclosure. So the size of the coop that is proposed within this bylaw requires 4 square foot per animal interior space, 10 square feet exterior space. And I did look into some of our neighboring municipalities this morning, and that's a pretty standard
Alberta Animal Care Act. And the reason I said that is because the chicken tractor that you can buy at PV Mart is basically that works out to it, but they don't consider the coop area to be the free run area. So the free run area is
the outer exclosure part. The second comment that I would have on that is when I look into the nonprofit organization for the Alberta Farm Animal Care, they are falling back on the regulations of the municipalities that do allow for urban chickens, so they are falling back on those regulations as well.
I know the SPCA has done quite a bit of work on chickens in the last little while of what you have to have for minimum space, so, and I think that's
basically what it comes down to is that the animals need adequate space to be animals. They need to be able to all be sitting at the same time. They need adequate nest boxes and whatnot.
Mr. Chairman, and the other thing that we had discussed is this doesn't solve our problem as such. We need to somehow, and I will go ahead and make first reading, but I think coming back with second reading, we need to somehow, when we're discussing with Andrew and Kara on this, get this out of planning and development and into protective services, because this isn't the fix of what we're looking for, I don't think, because if you have 6 chickens, are we going to put a stop work order on somebody and spend $10,000 to have a stop work order on their chickens? I just don't see that. This should be protective services going in and finding somebody and saying, okay, you have 24 hours to remove said chicken or clean up said problem and move forward. Because if we go with the stop work order, I don't think we need Michael or what's her name to have to put a stop work order to get rid of one chicken. This has to be cleaned up in some fashion. So I don't know what is the best situation. Andrew, you had mentioned not in the fee bylaw, but in the fine bylaw. Maybe we should...
Not a fine bylaw, but typically you want, and we've deviated from this in the past out of simplicity's sake. I'm not a terribly big fan of it. That we have offenses and fines for offenses in the fee bylaw. And other bylaws refer back to them. That means if you need to change something, you have to change 2 bylaws at once, and I don't like that. I prefer to see offenses and the fines listed in the applicable bylaw. So as this is in the land use bylaw, which is probably still the appropriate place for it, it would just maybe make more sense to move the offense or the fines for offenses out of the fee bylaw back into the land use bylaw. And then, yeah, you can have offenses be subject to a fine and or a stop work order. What's our lawyers refer to it as sort of that dual pronged enforcement approach. It's not always looked upon kindly by judges, but it does have precedence that you can fine somebody and put a stop work order in place at the same time. It's just not particularly nice. So you can do one or the other, or you can do a fine. Even a stop order, stop orders don't have to go through our lawyers. It's when a stop order is not being complied with that we need to take it through the lawyers. And sometimes we can do a stop order, and then if they don't comply with the stop order, we can do a fine of up to $10,000 for not complying with the stop order. Stop order can be as much as a letter from Kara, which would come anyways if we say you must rectify it.
But the one person that wants to buck the system and cause the problem can cause us a lot of grief.
Which every single ticket we issue is challengeable in court anyway.
It is, but I think it's an easier, quicker fix than having to send our planning and development out to do it. The other issue that I have with this is a $300 application fee. I'm not so sure that's a fair fee to have 5 chickens in your backyard. So is there a way that we could split that out somehow to have a separate fee for this particular item? So,
the application fee comes from the use being listed as a discretionary use. And once it's listed as a discretionary use, that means that we do report writing, site inspect, and we evaluate every application on its individual circumstances. But when it becomes a discretionary use, then we have to write further reports, and then we bring it to MPC for review and the final decision. That is where the fee, because the time is of the staff and whatnot is built into that fee.
I'm just saying that this shouldn't be such an onerous project. I mean, if you want to have 5 chickens, have your 5 chickens, move on. So.
They move it into a permitted use.
Well, and that may be what we should be doing then, right? What would the fee be in a permitted use?
It would be a $100 application fee.
That's more of a user-friendly product, right? So.
Have the same amount of
benefit to having a discretionary use is that we refer it to the adjacent landowners, and then they do have an opportunity to speak to it.
Do that in a permitted use as well?
Once we, so with the discretionary use, MPC makes their decision, we send out the notice of decision, and then the adjacent landowners can then appeal that to the SDAB. With the permitted use, it's not the same process.
I kind of went into this bit this morning, my thoughts, and I haven't had a good chance to think it all out, so, take nothing I say as gospel, but, we're talking about how you're using your land to keep urban chickens versus, a dog. But, yeah.
As a pet. That's what these are. I mean, urban chickens are pets, and our problem around this is that we have this idea that it's agriculture. Mr. Clark has an issue in his area with an agricultural issue, not a pet. Those are not pets. What I'm saying to solve, but to solve the problem, if we could keep it simple by saying, smarten up, you can have 5 chickens or else you're going to get a $250 fine, and keep it clean or else you're going to get a $250 fine. And if they're noisy, you're going to get a $250 fine. And if you want to have chickens, give us $100. We'll go look at your place or whatever the case may be. Your neighbors don't bitch, Bob's your uncle. That would be the simple process.
From a user fee basis, is $100 would not cover anybody to go over to see if their yard was suitable for their pets. Like $100 isn't going to cover them going out every time we have somebody apply for chickens, eh?
Or do we need to go out? Like, that's the issue. Do we plan on it? We don't do it for dogs. We don't do it for cats. We don't do it for budgie birds. We don't do it for pigeons. We don't do it for all the other animals that are out there. You can hold rabbits, but
and more specifically, just to speak to the dog bylaw concept, we as a municipality don't license dogs. We don't say whether you can or cannot have a dog. We simply set up rules around, what your dog can't do or what you can't do with your dog. You can't let it roam at large, those types of things, right?
We license chickens?
Maybe
we need to look at a different...
Take that as an encouragement.
Maybe we could look at it at a different... And then it could be a user system where you have to get a license for 5 chickens. That's max you can get. It costs you $25 a bird. So if you have 3 chickens, you're 75. You get $125 to have 5.
Take on the mooring policy at the lake and the chicken.
Yeah. Between a license to have individual chickens and a license or a permit to have the development use, there's not a lot of substantive difference from the bureaucratic side.
So just how we deal with it and how we receive funding, right? Service fee.
Just a comment is we currently have 2 enforcements underway with regards to unpermitted agricultural operations in different communities. They're not all in the same district. What it comes down to is that there are chickens being kept in urban settings right now. If we include it into the land use bylaw, we do have some control over how they're being kept in. So we have control over the condition, the size of the coops that they're being kept in, the distance from property lines, that sort of thing. Whereas we don't have control over that. The one enforcement issue Actually, both of them are coming to a head because of the presence of roosters, which is something that we can control through the urban chicken regulations that are proposed.
And if you had a license, you could say, well, you cannot they're illegal. You cannot license a rooster. So if you have an unlicensed rooster in your area, it's a $250 fine. I'm just saying, right? I mean, that would be.
Yeah, and just the basis of the complaints that we're facing right now is that the coops are not up to a certain standard, and it's the presence of the roosters.
And the volume, the one was 30 some chickens. That's just plain crazy.
Disputes over the number of the chickens and stuff. But when it comes down to what I'm hearing the most concerning parts being, and I think if you were to take those issues out, they maybe wouldn't be as much of a conflict between the two land uses. It would be the condition of the coops and the chickens being at large, and the presence of roosters.
The problem I have is, okay, so we put this in place, and without a fine set up behind it, let's say I am in Erskine, Alberta, and I have 10 chickens. With it, we passed this current bylaw, right? I don't have any roosters. I just got 10 chickens. What are you going to do?
I'm going to
stop work order on me, right?
Well, to date, I'm going to send you a strongly worded letter.
Exactly. And then what am I going to do? And then I'm going to say, okay, I got 30 days to talk about it. So then I'm going to say, well, give me another 30 days because I got to find a home to get them. And then we're going to come back another 30 days and say, well, I'm having a little trouble. And we're going to go, okay, well, in the meantime, and if we would have had a fine system, we would have either dealt with it, got rid of it within 48 hours, or had a $250 fine. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep it simple and make it workable, or do we just want to?
As Andrew said, we could
do that under the land use bylaw too. You can do a strongly worded letter that says, we can fine you under the land use bylaw. That's still fine. I'd hate them being in the fee bylaw or a separate bylaw. It's still
I don't like going down the development because for one chicken, can you imagine? And once we go down that route, we're going to have to go down that route, right?
And the other side of that is that it takes a long time to get through the stop orders, which is not satisfactory to those who are living beside an unpermitted agricultural operation.
If you've got a fine, you have 48 hours, or else we're going to charge you $250. And if you don't comply, we're going to charge you again. There goes our.
Actually hard to do. Multiple charges due to the same non-compliance is actually very tough to enforce. So say, stop order process versus any other bylaw process, nuisance bylaw, for example, very much ends up the same. Is that if you dig your feet in the ground, we need to seek a court order. We can't just pluck that one chicken out of your yard. We need a court order that says we can't. So we're 6 to 1/2 doesn't the other, really.
That's still work.
What's the program called that you can shoot a wild boar and chop his ears off and get some money for it? We need the same with chickens. Heads off and bring the heads into the county and we'll pay you.
I got lots of money. We got a whole bunch of old hens.
Why are we opening ourselves up for a headache? I mean, we don't need this now, really. That's what I think.
Unfortunately, we have an issue. We have three enforcement issues right now, and we need to figure this out because
zero then
we're in trouble.
I'm for zero. I'm for zero chickens in urban settings.
Well, we did the survey, and the majority of the people who came back with the survey were in favor of the chickens, and they asked us if we would do the surveys, and we did. So this is the response to our request from some of our residents out there, and the majority who did reply did want the chickens. Now, this is only 6 chickens, and I like the rules that they have in here, because this will apply to the person at any time shall have more than 6 hens.
No, it is 6. 5. We can change that if that's what you like.
Yeah.
6.
So, I like that we have all of these rules, because then we can come back on them and say you didn't comply by, A 7.4E or after, So this does give us control, and it helps the neighbors who are quite leery of it. Some of those who replied to the survey were leery, but they said, okay, as long as you have, less than 10 or whatever. So this does go along with the requests for people asking for chickens, and then it does go along with those who said, please don't have a lot of chickens. Please make sure that there's no smell, that they're cleaning it up, and it's not unsightly. So all of these steps in here do go along with the requests from both sides who did want it and who didn't want it. So.
The other thing I should mention is it is a temporary, what I've suggested is that it be a temporary permit for 5 years.
And again, I'm almost thinking it should be a yearly permit, because
But it is 2, and then I changed it to 5 because I thought if you're going to put out all that money,
here's where I think, because and I'm going along down the dog bylaw issue, is that, I mean, if you want chickens, you come in and you get it every year, and it should be at a reduced fee. Like, I mean, I don't think $300 a year, but I think we could get $100 a year, and these people that are wanting chickens yearly can do that. That's just my thought on it, because if they're a bad actor, then we don't necessarily have to give them a permit back, right? So.
We have a motion for first reading, so that's something that could be discussed.
Vet wanted to make a comment.
Well, I'm just really concerned about enforcement. Like, do we enforce just on a complaint basis, or we got to drive by once a week to see if they got 6 chickens or 8 or 0? Like,
no, I mean, that's part of what it would be on a complaint basis. If somebody's in there and says they've got chickens, are they supposed to have chickens? Yes, they have a permit for chickens. And if we happen to drive by, well, he's got more than 10.
It could create a
enforcement nightmare.
Yeah.
You already have 3 enforcement issues on the play right now.
That's pretty permanent, right? Like, you're not allowed to have them, get rid of them. Where do you even take chickens? Like, you have the dog catchers pick up the dogs. What do you do with chickens?
Barbecue. Subsidize their taxes.
I agree with James. The $500 is a lot of money, because she said 500, right?
It's a $300 application fee.
5 years.
And which doesn't even pay for the eggs that they're going to make, right? So.
But this is pets. People are not like you're not doing this to make money. If any, they're just not.
Some people want it for the eggs, right?
They're not making money on the egg.
They're not going to make any money on it. I'm just saying it doesn't even pay for what they're saving to buy at the store.
That's not the reason they're doing it. This is a pet issue.
Belly pigs, thanks.
Councilor Nixon.
Chairman, I would suggest that we move forward on this, and if we get enough pushback on the, I guess, public hearing, that'll tell us.
That should.
But the adjustment of the fines, I think, is an important issue. I think we need to have that, because unless you want to leave it in the planning and development's pocket, and it's going to be cumbersome to enforce.
We issue fines, they don't pay them. What do? Go take the chickens?
They'll need to do that. It's like I said, it's really 6 to 1, half dozen of the other. Enforcement's going to be.
I'll be honest to tell you that the people that are going to be having backyard chickens are the ones that'll pay the fine. They'll go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake."
Not necessarily.
Unless they're the people that have 30 chickens, and then yeah, maybe you do take their chickens. I don't know.
Mr. Neats.
Did we ask other municipalities? Because I know there are others out there who do this. What do they do for enforcement?
That's what the city of Edmonton does. If you have a rooster, they fine you. If you have too many chickens, they fine you. And it's through their bylaws.
Can that fine go on taxes too?
Well, I might be able to. Does the town of Stettler allow chickens? Trendsetters?
Bunnies. I know lots of people have rabbits.
If it could go on tax, that would be that's a spot that you chase it so far and it goes against your tax bill.
And I like that. I don't have a problem with that. And then part of the application, if you're a renter, you have to have your landlord's permission to have chickens, right? Is that some feedback for you?
Are we going with 2 years or 5 years or 1 year?
5 years or 1 year? One, 2, or 5?
Come on, instead of tell me.
Sure. If you did the thing is, if you do the 5 years, it's cheaper than $100 a year. Less work for you guys, right?
As long as everything goes as planned.
Yeah, as long as everything. Right? But that's what I mean. If they were good citizens, and they did what they were supposed to and held their chickens in bay and did what they did. So,
5 years, is everyone good with that?
and then 5 years, a $300 application is probably not a big deal, because that's less than, what is that,
$25
bucks a year to have 6 chickens? That's probably not a bad deal. They're committed then too.
5 years would be $60.
Yeah, so
Lift it up.
yes.
First time?
Okay, so that makes sense. I think a 5 year and then the $300 is the deal.
But we have to make sure our fines are stickable. If somebody is.
And I think, yeah, I'd rather do the fine system than that. Does that give you some? I'll give you first reading for that, Mr. Chairman, and then with direction to kind of do those modifications.
I'm clear.
Thank you. Okay, so we're having
Can this be retroactive to the people that we're enforcing on right now?
different areas too. Some.
I mean, if you, say you pass the bylaw as it stands, they would still need to come into compliance with it by requesting it.
Could we fine them?
Go ahead, Kara.
Well, just right now, like the enforcement, we haven't requested any action at this point. We just said, hey, this is non-compliant while we were waiting for the outcome of today. So they are waiting for instruction from us as to what to do.
Get into compliance, get a development permit, costs you $300, gives you 5 years, and you can have 6 chickens.
And then if they choose
Pass.
That's what it's going to look like.
what we would be doing is just letting those enforcement or ride it out for a couple of months, which is not going to please the adjacent landowners.
You could ride the person that's fighting us could ride it out for a couple of months anyways, right? Just non-compliant. Unfortunately, our stop work orders are really we saw some of the weakness in our stop work orders.
It's not amalgamated with our land use bylaw, so it won't take effect in the village of Gadsby if this is adopted, right? At this.
What is theirs for chickens? Chickens in there?
Yeah, they're not. It's not permitted. It would be considered an agricultural operation, same as ours right now. So that the Gadsby situation would not be affected through this immediately, but other enforcement actions would.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for first reading. Any other comments? We've got lots of comments. All in favor?
That motion also to set public hearing for September 9th.
Oh,
Yes, absolutely. That's what I said.
That's it.
for the next. Okay. Opposed? Councilor Stillberg's opposed.
I haven't got enough Tylenol.
Okay, reports. Section 11, Chief Administrator's Officers, thank you. Chief Administrative Officers reports, page 135 of the package. Is there any questions on that?
That, Mr. Chairman?
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Financial reports, 1121 to 1125 is accounts payable register, bank reconciliation for the county, bank reconciliation for Gadsby, reserves to June 30th, 2020, year-to-date budget, June 30th, 2020. Is there questions on those?
We're still scrolling.
Well, we had the package before. You could jot the page number and the question down. Yes, Councilor Gender.
On page 197, Rohi Engineering, is there a percentage that they work with?
I'm in a contract. Set contract. Right, Rick? Yeah.
Fee based.
Yeah.
Stolberg?
29. What do we pay Starland County for? That's the water. I wondered about that. Mm-hmm. That's all hunky dory.
Oh, your water left.
Yep.
Fine with that now, eh?
Tastes wonderful.
Filling up our sewers. Any other questions?
Move it.
Stolberg?
They accept it.
Financials, okay. All in favor? Carried. Counselor fee sheets, page 222. Counselor Needs?
Question, some of us had only half a day for, which one was it? Electoral boundaries, and some had a full day, so just get them consistent. I was looking at Larry, so it's like, I don't see his.
Still aren't getting approved. Like, I don't know how you guys are getting paid because you don't have no CAO approval on some of them and no signatures.
Well, if chasing you guys for these things last minute, guys are going on holidays, and so I didn't check for the consistency. I've been trying to do that, and it got by me. I apologize.
To be fair,
and I don't care. I just know that you guys are all going to have to sign a whole bunch of pieces of paper at the end of the day when the auditor comes through. That's all I'm saying.
Track me down. Yeah.
She will. You guys will be signing like crazy.
Yeah, I missed my board laundry one too. I see.
Missed it.
What about it? Yeah.
I think it.
In there.
You got Ernie's half a day. Larry didn't put it in there. Dave is half.
Put a full day.
James is one. Nixon, Wayne's one. And Les forgot.
Half day, and then we'll all be consistent.
See, that's.
I can't remember. I think I asked you. That's why I put
I
it.
think it was on our thing as a full day, but it ended up not being there. Oh yeah, and Les and Larry can add it on next round.
End up doing FCSS? I see you've just got July 6th at the top and bottom, and I think maybe you meant
Oh, I think the FCSS meeting was the same day as the electoral boundary.
yeah, so between the two of us, probably a full day.
Full day, yeah.
James?
Day and a half, so get rid of the half day and
Extra FCSS though. You had an extra meeting, which wasn't a regular meeting. His was a different.
Yeah, I had a committee meeting.
By mine, I have the 13th as FCSS. Yeah.
Because James didn't even put a number on July 20th.
James missed the July 13th regular meeting. That's why the dates look a little haywire.
I had a special meeting with FCSS, but I didn't make the main meeting on the 13th.
Those ones are correct.
You just didn't charge for that, or because there's nothing in there. July 22nd.
I did. I had a joint council and ICF meeting.
Oh, FCSS, July 22nd. There's zero. There's no numbers in that line.
Leave yours alone and call it good.
To put it in there, then you're still covered.
Oh, I did have. That was the second special meeting. But that was the same day as the FCSS or the.
Joint council.
We had MPC and we had joint ICF meeting, so yeah.
Just wrapped it all two into one.
Want me to do just knock a half a day off of Wayne's?
And a half a day off mine. Thank you. I'll blame Wayne because I asked him.
And Larry and
just add them in next time.
Add them
next time.
If I remember it well. If I forget again, it's my problem.
All in favor? Carried. Councilor committee reports. We've got Buffalo Lake Management Team, Councilor Needs, page 229. Any questions on it? Councilor Needs?
Well, I was just going to bring up our next Buffalo Lake Management Team meeting. He is going to ask me about those two questions. And I know we've spoken about them before. With the mooring community docks, they're trying to put in disturbance standard and to have the municipalities who have the MR that goes down to the lake, encouraging them to put in community docks. Wanted to know what our thoughts were on that. And And then he wants to know how we want to manage it in front of our MR.
So could we put a community dock in and charge for it?
I guess you could probably do anything, but that's,
Wondering if it's
you're not gonna get compliance then. They're gonna have boat lifts and docks all over the place. And I don't wanna be responsible for a mooring policy and have to regulate whether the front lot owner is letting the back lot owner use it and vice versa. I don't have to.
There would be no mooring other than just that community dock. You have to dock there.
We're never going to get guys who are right on the lakefront to agree to a community dock. I mean, that's just a bigger fight. We've got enough fights up there.
No, I'm fair, yeah. So the answer is no.
You
can encourage us, but encourage us with more money.
Yeah, I don't have the manpower to do it, just like the fishing shacks. I mean, for the last 3 years, I've been pulling fishing shacks off that lake. You have any idea what that costs? And Lacomb's the one that wanted to run the program. Where are they?
Yeah, I did bring that up. The government should be managing that, but then the government pushed that off to the federal government of Ocean and Fisheries.
Their head office is in Halifax.
Yeah, so I don't know if we try and write. I mean, Lacombe keeps saying that they're going to write a resolution and bring it to RMA, but they haven't. I don't know if Stettler County does, or we just still have them say that they're going to do it.
Them do it. They're the ones that are saying they're going to do it.
Yeah, and I did put in here, this is not the responsibility of the county to take off the shacks. So,
you download enough on a Sheree, like.
You know what though is
I did bring that up.
Let's go through and tell them to phone fishing and Oceries to deal with it.
Yeah, like let public health, let Oceans and Fisheries, let Alberta Environment. It's their jurisdiction. Let them deal with it.
You can never be on the lake. As soon as you go out there, you're asking for way too much trouble.
Pulling those fishing shacks off is getting to be an unbelievable cost, and I don't have the staff to do it anymore.
I've gotten emails about the lake level and how high it is, and wondering if
the plug
can it out. So, and I know they've emailed the government too, asking them those questions. And in my report, it did say that Tail Creek start leveling out the highway to repair the spoil piles, and it's not fixed yet. So I need to ask the government if that's affecting the level of the lake too, because that's not fixed, or if it is fixed, or.
Battle River, so full of water in my hole.
Weird.
Yeah, like, I've never seen it like that. So if Battle River looks like that, when it usually looks like a trickle.
Take a boat over that.
And the Red Deer River is absolutely full. Like they're making record speeds from Content Bridge to Mackenzie Crossing, and then I'm not the least bit surprised that Buffalo Lake is high as it is. And it might be high right now, but next year we could be in a drought, and then it's going to be way low. So kind of have to rock with it a little bit. But isn't Buffalo Lake set up so that it keeps going back, like into the Narrows?
Yeah. And so I need to find out from the government if they haven't repaired that, if that's helping to cause the lake levels to be high. So, yeah.
Tail Creek's full too. Yeah. But you drive by Tail Creek and that creek is full, and it's usually a trickle through the trees. Yeah.
And maybe one of the issues we'll address next meeting is the bacterial content in Buffalo Lake. From the email feed that I got this weekend, and I sent it on to Yvette, was that University of Alberta sent down a student to test the water in Buffalo Lake on July 3rd. The post didn't come out to Buffalo Lake that there was a high bacterial content until the long weekend in August. So AHS didn't jump on that until the long weekend in August. And I've heard of lots of people get horrible hives and stuff this year
Hard to believe that it took them that long.
They did 2 tests. They did one in July. Well, according to that feed, they did one July 3rd and July 27th.
It's
27 hit had gone down a little bit. So July 3rd, so the long weekend there for July 1st, 4th weekend.
Again, that's
Material con.
responsibility of
that's AHS,
No.
public health, and Alberta Environment. You know, let them own.
And then their signs that they posted were little pieces of paper on one end of the beach. So you had to be quite vigilant to actually see the signs because they sent us pictures of the signs too. So I think that needs to be brought up at the Buffalo Lake Management team to see if there's way to address those issues when we are hearing from people that septic systems have holes in them and whatnot that are leaching into the lake. That's for the safety of the residents who live there and the people who visit there. Should probably be addressed at the next meeting. And the next meeting is October 19th.
That should be an initiative totally spurred by Alberta Environment or Public Health, and they should make every lot owner up there have a certified tank.
So just put it right back to them.
Actually, they should. The individual you talked about, that it's a cheap way to fix it is by, or was it Mr. Stevens that said that they could have a certified showing that you pumped it out once. I don't think you need to, but you could have an inspection. Way to start, we talk about putting, what do you call it? Start a new company of tank inspectors. There's probably already guys out that do sewer tanks. You can camera them, and it's now certified.
Plus, if you can't get a sewer truck back to them, odds are that they can't be pumped out either.
Funny how that works, especially if there's holiday trails in that are broke down.
Yeah. No.
But I mean, an inspection certificate would be, right? They could throw a camera in there, look at it, and Bob's your uncle, and then have to inspect it every 3 years or something.
Just in October. So, anybody? Councilor Stilberg?
7 minutes till our staff's on overtime, so I'm going to move that the committee reports be accepted for information.
What's overtime?
Here.
Consent agenda items 232 to 247.
Just the one about stars, thank you. I think we need to send them a letter saying that because of what the oil and gas thing is doing to us, is a good possibility we won't be able to support them next year. They need to know. We need to get the word out to everybody.
Mr. Neitz?
It's a letter that Yvette forwarded. Which county was it? Talking to
forwarded?
Yeah, was it this morning?
Roxanne.
Yeah, talking about transparency. I think we need to send a letter to the government too about the transparency about the whole entire process that was done, and they need to let us know what was said in the embargoed session because they are our representative.
We'll be back more in where we discussed that assessment or the whole assessment review update, but that would be one more letter from the county. We're going to keep the letter writer very busy. Yeah. I would think we should have a motion on the table to write a letter to stars and then write another one to government on transparency.
So you want the letter to go to the government, or you want it to go to the RMA? Is Lac St. Anne's upset with the RMA?
Might as well send it to both. I don't think we've gotten any letters from the government about the whole process.
No, we haven't. They haven't. I don't think they give a crap.
At the same motion to send a letter to stars and send a letter to the government and RMA for writing clarity. Yeah.
Make it.
Okay. All in favor?
I think stars though in that letter and say we really need.
We appreciate the partnership, but it's just
our partnership is at very much at risk because of what's going on. Please. If you have any advocacy tools, be forewarned. any municipality is gonna be having trouble to pay for it.
All in favor? Carried. An in-camera session, but it would be very nice to take a quick comfort break in there if we could, please.
I'll take us in the camera if you go to take your comfort break.
Thank you.
Are we
Next meeting is Wednesday, September 2020. Adjournment. Councilor Stolberg.